Good morning. It is a lovely Wednesday morning. It is 9:02 a.m. here in the city of Philadelphia, city of brotherly love. It's a little bit cloudy out, and we're on to day 2 of the digital rally to save Philly arts. And I'd like to welcome once again all of my co-conspirators to the screen. Give me one sec, I'll bring them all up. And there we are. Let me put up our scroller. And I would like to welcome to introduce themselves. I'll start with Gabby. Gabby, if you could introduce yourself, your name, your pronouns, and what it is you do.
Hey everyone, my name is Gabby Sanchez, also go by Gabriela, which is the government name. But I am the co-founder of Power Street Theater Company, also a freelance artist as a director, actor, producer, and, you know, arts organizer. Yeah. And my pronouns are she, her.
Awesome. And we'll go next to LaNeshe Miller-White.
Good morning. LaNeshe Miller-White, actress, marketer, cultural producer, executive director of Theater Philadelphia, executive director of Theater in the X, steering committee of the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia, member of Councilman Thomas's Arts and Culture Task Force, and a bunch of other things. Good morning.
So many hats. We have so many hats in this room. We have 6 people on screen. We probably have like a half a dozen extra hats. Erlina, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erlina Ortiz, she, her. I am resident playwright and co-artistic director with Power Street Theater. I am a playwright, director, performer, administrator, teaching artist, babysitter, what else? Oh, librettist now, working on a musical now, so I guess I can add librettist to my list of things. And I'm really excited for day 2.
Preferred pronouns.
Oh, I thought I said she, her.
Oh, I missed it. Asaki, you're next.
Hi, I'm Asaki, she, her. I am a resident artist at the Power Street Theater. I do a lot of administrative work with Power Street, also production management. I'm a freelance costume designer. I'm a cat lover. I'm bilingual. I'm an immigrant. What else? Maybe some other things that I have missed. But here I am, super excited to do financial discussion with a good friend of mine, Casey Berner, and my former professor, Theo Arabis. This afternoon, join us. Then we're gonna answer all the questions you have about the city's budget.
Awesome. And Jose, you're next.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jose. I go by he, him. I am a producer, author, curator, father, handyman, janitor, a chef. I do it all, y'all. That's it.
You're a writer too.
Yeah.
I didn't even know this about you. I didn't find out until yesterday. But you have books coming out. You have books out. What's going on?
Yeah, no.
Get
I
that
have
self promotion going.
Yeah, I have a kids book coming out with a friend of mine's coming probably later this year. We got a poetry book that we're dropping with different artists from around the country, and we have projects all over the East Coast and down to Puerto Rico and all that coming soon.
Awesome. And I am James Jackson. I use he and they pronouns. Feel free to use whatever pronoun feels comfortable for you in the moment. We are streaming this broadcast from the unceded ancestral lands of the Lenape people, and we honor the Lenape and other indigenous caretakers of these lands, the waters, the elders who lived here before, the indigenous today, and the generations to come. And we just like to acknowledge the land that we are on, and really pay respect to it, because we've gotten away from understanding where it is we live and moved on to an era where we just try and exert our influence over it, and let's get back to understanding where it is we live and how we live. We have a few highlights for you today. One of the most exciting things coming up today is a producer chat with Gabi and LaNeshe, who are on screen. I'm excited to hear this. I'm excited. Are you guys excited to just have like screen time to yourselves? What's going on? What's the deal gonna be?
Yeah, I'm excited. I feel like this comes from like the last digital rally where I think I like hopped in to fill in for someone and we started talking and we were like, okay, we need to like formalize this chat. So this year we're setting time for it. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and definitely. And I feel like these conversations have been happening with me and LaNeshe for a long time, through phone calls, through text messages, through when we bump into each other, and like just have supported each other always as cultural producers in Philadelphia and as women of color. And so it's really exciting to now have this platform that we can dive into the conversation and share it with everyone else. And this was actually a segment that some folks were asking for, which was kind of awesome. So we wanted to create space where we could, share the ups and the downs and the love and the pain and, the grace of doing this work. So I'm really excited. And thank you, LaNeshe, for like joining on that segment and always like extending yourself even last time of being like, can you fill in and can we have a conversation? So thanks for always playing that role, in my life and being a support system.
No problem at all. No problem.
You guys are the best. And during that conversation, and also throughout the day, I'm bringing up now on screen our social media interaction. We're spotlighting comments made on the Facebook, YouTube. I don't have the Twitter loaded, but if you comment on Twitter or share something on Twitter and the other organizers want me to highlight it, I can bring it up on screen for you. And if there's anything else, if anybody out there in the public wants to comment, wants to ask questions, always feel free to interact with us on the social media. Interact with us even if you don't want to ask a question. Just let us know how we're doing. Let the performers and people giving presentations know how they're doing, and show a little love. Give us a little feedback. So that we know we're not out here just talking to the void. I mean, we get statistics, but that's in a couple days. And Asaki, you had briefly mentioned your budget conversation you'll be having a little bit later today. What are you looking forward to with that?
So this year, because city decided to delay to publish their proposed budget until, you say May or March? May 1st, right?
May.
So last year we literally broke down the proposed budget and talked about what is going on there, why arts and culture budget got slashed, and instead they all seems like they all went to the police. This year we cannot do that. So instead, we came up with the idea how Philadelphia has been doing this past 6 months since we talked about it, and also came up with some of the statistics of one of my teammate, Casey, is currently living in New York pursuing her PhD. So she came up with the numbers and what is a trend in New York City. And I looked up very briefly about how is other leading countries are doing with the arts and culture budget. It's been a really interesting contrast. And another thing that another teammate of ours, Theo, who is my professor at Villanova, find out was the Philly is thinking about experimenting with this thing called the participatory budget. We're gonna explain what it is, and we're gonna explain how we can reflect our voices, that what we value in the city and what we want the city to fund more. Yeah, so that's pretty much the breakdown of what is going on with our segment.
Awesome. Erlina, are you looking forward to the DJ dance break?
Today I am, because I'm not gonna lie, I missed it yesterday, so I have to engage in the dance break today. Plus, there's a lot of dancing happening, like in the mid-afternoon, it looks like, or like presentations of dancing. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get myself into a dance mode for that. I went back and looked at it later because I took my break during the dance break, my actual break. So I didn't get to dance yesterday, but I have marked it in my personal calendar that today I want to make sure to go over and embarrass myself by dancing.
Awesome. Who we got for the dance break, Jose?
I mean, we got DJ Nick Lopez. He'll be doing it from 3 to 4. And then tonight we'll party with Solatry. We have 4 amazing female artists, all from Philadelphia. We got Tiffany Janelle, we got Janaya Keys, we got Kozer, and we have Janelle. So all amazing artists will be just partying it tonight. So tonight from 8 to 9, we'll party with them, and we have some poetry as well, and have a good time.
Awesome.
I have to say that I was not expecting like the vibe that I got from DJ Nick yesterday. I was like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. Like, we're really partying at 3 o'clock. Okay, cool. I was like, wait, I was not.
Yes,
really
I wasn't partying at 3 o'clock.
Yes, I was not expecting it. So absolutely, like, set your timer to go over to Power Street's Instagram at 3, because it was definitely lit. Like, I was like, okay, this is what I need every day at 3 o'clock when I'm starting.
But that's
to,
what I usually do. That's actually part of my routine. Sometimes is like in the middle of the day around that time. It's like, am I gonna take a nap or am I gonna dance it out? Like, that's usually like the decision there. Like, because one or the other is gonna like bring me back to energy. And sometimes the nap wins, but I've been actually, a friend of mine recently came up with a bunch of playlists of like dembow, salsa, just like music that makes you just want to move. And I have now a notes app of a bunch of these different playlists. And anytime that I'm like, oh, I just need to get out of my chair, or like, oh, I don't want to go lay down, I'll click one of those playlists. And it's like a perfect 25 to 30-minute playlist of just like shaking it out. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to be joining in today with Nick.
That's better than my plan for like keeping active. I got a fancy watch that like yells at me every couple of hours when I'm just sitting still, and I should just put that in like start putting it in my calendar. Like, okay, go take a dance break. Like, you need it.
Yeah, I don't need a fancy watch because my back will just tell me.
See, I have a watch too, and yesterday the only hour that I got, like the number of steps it wants me to get per hour, was the 3 to 4 o'clock with DJ Nick and Taylor's like TikTok dancing. That was the only hour all day that I actually made the goal. So,
LaNeshe, didn't you actually do the TikTok dance?
I didn't post it. I was learning the one she did yesterday. I did another TikTok dance the other day in my first foray into TikTok land. Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
How is TikTok? Like, I haven't figured it out.
You know, I like opened it a few times, and so when I went to it, I expected to like get the app and then be given dance tutorials to then post. Like that's what I thought it was going to give me. And I was like, wait, no one's teaching me things. And then I like deleted a couple times. And I finally went back and like committed and did it, posted one. So now I feel like I'm like, it's only a matter of time before I'm TikToking all over the place. Gabby's the expert though.
Yo, I love me some TikTok. And the only way I learned how to use TikTok was through my two nieces who taught me how to use TikTok because they were always doing it. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? Y'all so annoying over here.
That's what you got to do is you got to get like a tween to like teach you
that was my introduction. My 9-year-old sister, like literally being like, can you put your hand in front like this and then pull it back really quick? And I'm like, for what? And she's like, just do it, okay? And then I would like just be a part of her movies and not know. And then I would see her on her phone. And I'm like, man, what is she doing on her phone all day? I'm like, I have to take that photo with her. And then at the end of the day, she'd be like, look what I made. It's like me in a video doing something. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, right after Gabby discovered TikTok, we are still living together and she constantly grabbing me like, look what I just made. It's like, Gabby, calm down.
It was really cool discovering a new app that was specifically for Mama Julia though. I just kind of been doing my TikTok and honestly, I must say, it's allowing me to live my most ratchet self. And so unapologetically, if you go to my TikTok, I'm not there to just be a cultural producer. That is me allowed to be myself and be fun and silly and, you know, use Cardi interpretations. And I love it. So follow me if you want, Gabby215.
There you go. You have a TikToker to follow. I have no TikTok. You have the gamut of like millennials here. We have a segment with Papa today, the Philadelphia Asian Performing Arts. Do they have another word on there? But that's
Philadelphia Asian Performing Artists.
Artists. Okay. What's that segment coming up? Who's dealing with that?
So they are one of our wonderful ambassadors. I believe Kat Ramirez is organizing it, but I am not sure what exactly they're doing. Gabby, do you know anything? Did she tell you anything?
Yeah, Kat, you know, they're gonna be presenting some action work, and I'm sure we'll be surprised. You know, every segment, you know, we don't know what every person's gonna be doing. It's kind of, they sign up and they organize it the way they want, but I know that Papa is going to kill it. And there's so much, the foundation of the folks involved are such organizers, and are always, you know, mobilizing to gather artists. I've been to quite a few Papa town halls that have always, it's always been a platform of highlighting artists and also sharing resources, and also having some amazing food. Like, I always love going to a Papa event, along with, they had a production before. So, you know, there's always so many things going on. And so I'm really excited to be informed of like where Papa is now, now that we can't gather in spaces like a town hall, and to really reconnect with them. And shout out to Kat Ramirez, who is a good friend and also another cultural producer who I admire.
Awesome. I want to introduce our first host for the day. I'll bring Lindo up on screen momentarily. You'll see yourself in the confidence monitor as soon as I figure out where I'm going. There I'm going. To this one. And nope, not that one. Sorry. I'll go to this one. Sorry, I have to figure things out.
What's up? We really in here. I'm on a little box. You know what I mean? This is all the way live with a delay and all that. This is so trippy. This is very meta because it's like I'm talking to my future self while I'm like in the past. Wait, no. I'm talking to my past while I'm in the future because it's like a 5-second delay and I love it. This is time travel, sci-fi. I'm here for it. This is what the blur in me lives for. Yes, in this we have another host. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Also, I'm very anxious about it. I'm also very excited to see all the acts because every act is a bit of surprise of what they're going to bring today. But just reading about what they have offered during the pandemic as well prior to the pandemic got me excited about what they're going to bring today. So each one is like unwrapping a gift of what is going to take for us to really save the arts today. So I'm excited about that. But also that puts me in a seat as a host of like not knowing what's coming next. So every time I'm thinking to myself, like, so I'm like, let me make sure I pronounce every name right. Like that's what I've been practicing all day. Is like, I'm gonna say this name right. I'm gonna say this name right. And then as soon as the show starts, my lips is going to show, my dyslexia is going to show. So let's see what happens. It's going to be full of surprises. I'm here for it. I'm ready. We're going to get it on and popping. Yeah, I'm here. I feel like I said a lot and not enough at the same time. This is live. You're now listening to my inside thoughts.
James, some folks are saying that they can't hear from hear your end, or they said organizer side.
All right, cool. My audio's good.
Oh, they said they could hear Lindo. They just couldn't hear the rest of us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, y'all don't need to hear me.
No, what they're saying specifically is that they can't hear all of us. They can only hear Lindo.
Oh no! Oh,
oh yeah. Let's not do that. It's not about my voice today. It's about all our voices.
From the same audio sources as I am. They just couldn't hear me. You guys are coming from the same audio source as Lindo. They just couldn't hear me because I didn't have. So I have a microphone specifically for me, and I didn't have it turned up. That's what happened.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about this, because like art is a collaborative experience. So like right now we're figuring out the text of this with the audience, so they become a much a part of this experience as we are who are sitting right here right now. And that's the community that we need, and accountability that we're looking for, of just like, yo, y'all let us know the audio wasn't good. That kept us accountable. We fixed it, we adjusted. And that's the same thing we're doing right now with government. It's like, yo, we need more money for art, and we're going to hold you accountable for it because you need to adjust the budget a lot. I mean,
Hashtag 1%.
Yep. Yep, get that hashtag out there. Go ahead and tag your representatives. We've got a list of tags for all the city council members. We had them on last night, and they were talking about like they hear from the community. They hear about needing funding for the arts. Make sure that they know why it needs funding. We were talking about, like all the things that need funding in Philadelphia, and how, you know, there's a need for public safety, there's a need for health, there's a need for education, and the arts touches on all of that. The arts provides all of that. Had an super interesting conversation on the coffee break chat a couple weeks ago with some of the organizers of the Count Every Vote protests and the Stop the Count, the counter protest to the Stop the Count protest. And here in Philadelphia, it was a party. It was a literal party. There was dancing in the street. There were dancing mailboxes. There was a giant gay unicorn. There was, a truck with a stage on top. There were giant dancing ballots. Like, we had a party to express ourselves, and that expression is what leads to public safety, giving people an outlet to express themselves nonviolently, to express themselves and get out their frustrations, get their message out without violence and without leading to a lack of public safety. And it also, it equalizes the playing field. Everybody can express themselves in an artistic manner. Not everybody can express themselves violently. That's perhaps why some people choose to do that, because it's easy for them. It's not easy for everyone. So, public health too. Like we've been talking about the vaccine rollout and the vaccine rollout going super not well. And then, but if you'd handed it off to stage managers and actors and theater technicians, we'd have got it done by now. We'd have lines, at every venue, ready to give vaccines to people as needed. So, thinking artistically, thinking and using the arts to do what you need to do in life is why we need to fund the arts. Getting everyone access to that sort of ability. So yeah, that's my rant for the morning. If y'all, Lindo, I'm gonna let you take away hosting duties, and cause coming up next, you got a little schedule change for the 9:30 time slot. So why don't you introduce them, and I'm gonna put you up on screen by yourself, and then I'm gonna change around the gallery so that people can see the next guests.
Okay. All right, so the schedule change, I didn't see that. All right, cool.
No schedule change. It's just us.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's just us talking. I was like, no, I wasn't ready. The first one.
No, we got you. We are Power Street will be on now, chatting it up for half an hour, and then the actual lineup is going to start at 7.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna act like we're not live, and I'm gonna act like I came away. All right, so what's good? What's poppin'? What's it? What it is? What it do? What's up? This is Lindo. You already know, and to those that don't know, now you get to know. I'm here with Power Street Theater, and we're just gonna chat it up and talk about why this is important today, why we came together, why we're gathering folks, and why it's really important to not only just make sure that we're seen and heard, but we make sure that these people that have the power act as well. Because a lot of times they patronize us with just saying they're seen, we're heard, but we also need them to act. So we're going to talk about that today, and what those actions look like, and what it looks like to be seen, and what it looks like to be heard, and how we are amplifying those voices today. So I'm gonna pass it on to Gabby to just like introduce everything. Did I put you on the spot when I just said pass it on to you? Like, were you ready for the shot? Okay, cool.
Listen, I think I've learned to always be ready. If there's one thing theater has taught me, is always be ready. And not just theater, but theater and community work. But hey, Asaki.
Hi, Bo.
Erlina.
What's up? I'm posting stuff in the YouTube right now, right?
That's all of us multitasking. We're all like commenting, sharing as we are also present.
Yes. Yes.
I love that me and Erlina are matching and
we
did not
match.
plan it. And Asaki, I feel like your glasses somehow like also like match the colors. Like I feel like we're still like all in this matchy like feel of grace. And so
I mean, how long we have known each other and working together? It's like it's about to be happen.
It's so true. Asaki is a costume designer, and one of the questions Asaki brought up was like, so what are we going to wear? And I was like, what do you mean? Like, we could wear whatever we want for the digital art. She was like, I'm a costume designer, so I want to know. and so it's funny that I hope we got your approval. And
beautiful.
But cool, yeah, we are here today to talk about Power Street, our programming, a little bit about who we are. Lindo, feel free to, or actually it's just 3 of us on the screen, cool. Thank you, Lindo, for a great introduction and being here early with us, and your energy is so contagious, and it was such a great way for like me to like be rejuvenized, energized. Yeah, and so thank you for being with us. And so yeah, y'all, we already kind of introduced ourselves and said our names and our gender pronouns, but I was wondering if maybe we can rep where we're from, like, however you internalize that, like rep where you're from and your culture. So rep where you're from and your culture. Asaki, Erlina.
Okay.
And we both opened our mouths and then didn't say anything.
I know we are from like all over the world, actually, especially me and Erlina. So I'm originally from Japan, but I don't want to say ancestors because they're only grandparents and great grandparents are from before divided Korea. So I am a granddaughter of an immigrant, and I'm an immigrant myself. So what am I doing? I don't know. I'm here. So my culture is predominantly Japan, but there's like a little flavor of Korea. But now I'm here 16 years now, so I refuse to be called Asian American. I am Japanese. But yeah, I cannot deny that I have been a little bit Americanized with my views, with my opinions, with my loudness. Especially running around with Gabby, someone like Gabby, you just, about to be really loud and opinionated in a good way. I'm not teasing you.
Are you sure? Asaki is the queen bee of teasing me. But I embrace it. Yeah, I think a part of that, like, the loudness, right? It's so funny that like oftentimes being Latina, that is the staple, right? Like being a Latina and being a woman, like, you get that staple of being opinionated, and sometimes, we are taught to, obviously, and I've been around strong women my whole life, so no one's ever tried to silence me in my home space. We just try to battle, who's gonna go next, but I think it's really powerful when especially women can feel power in their voices and have no shame around sharing who we are and sharing our beliefs and our thoughts. And even if they may be different than others, like, we are allowed to have that space to share. And so thank you, Asaki, for being authentic, being you, being loud, being all the things that you are, because it's needed in this world. It's needed,
yeah, because like
we don't need to be small.
Because Asian women tend to be seen, I don't know if it's actually true or not, but as quiet and demure, and I was like so sick and tired of being seen like that, because that get taken advantage of really easily. And then I met Gabby and Erlina and other squad of tribe of Pashri. I was like, oh, it's okay to say who you are. It's okay to state your opinion. It's okay to assert myself. So that was a really great discovery. And I still remember one of my friend from school was really surprised how I like how tiny I am. I'm like 5'2" maybe, and she's like, I always thought you were like 5'6". And when I told that to my mom, she was like, oh, that means that you're just taking up so much space, aren't you? And I was like, well, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yes, you taking up space. As you should. Listen. And also that it's crazy that taking up space means like we think of it as body. Like that's just so obnoxious to me. Like, you know, like that the idea of taking up space is like you have to be 5'6" in order to be loud and present and like have your voice heard, you know? And it's just like, no, we come in all sizes, shapes, identities, colors, and we can take up space.
Yeah, I've been almost 6 feet tall since I was 11 years old. So I've taken up a lot of space in my life. But I had to learn how to do that. And I think that actually this is going to be like so random, but America's Next Top Model was one of the reasons why I actually stopped like walking around like this and like started like owning my height and walking straight and feeling like, oh, being tall is not this like weird thing, like, or it can be a positive thing. Cause I always felt so like, I just wanted to be little. Like, I just wanted to like be small and like people to look at me and think like, oh, how petite and cute that girl is. And like, I always just felt so like large around everyone. So, and I'm also Dominican. So that's, you know, going back to the original question of repping where we're from. I am Dominican. I was born in the Dominican Republic. I came here when I was 4 years old. So all my schooling was here. And yeah, I grew up in an immigrant family. So I think that I have that, you know, that American experience of speaking Spanish at home always and speaking back to my mom in English and, you know, having that sort of bilingualism always. So yeah, theater and the arts always felt, or theater and my culture always felt like these things that were so separate because theater was always like this, I don't know, like I just didn't see my people and my culture represented in the arts in that way. So like the fact that today I'm actually a part of a multicultural theater company where, you know, when we're able to gather, we can, you know, be dancing bachata and like having, you know, that feeling of a family party from growing up and having that within my, you know, my passion of theater is, I always just, I'm so thankful for that blessing. What else were we supposed to say about our culture? Our rep? What are we repping?
That was it. We was just repping where we're from. I'm from Philly, Boricua, Puerto Rican. Yeah.
I grew up in Reading, PA too, just throwing that out. Reading is a little town, 50% Latino. And also, you know, my place that I want to retire in the Dominican Republic, Gabby was able to go with me last year, which was probably one of the best experiences of my life, to be able to share like my homeland and my family and like my cultures and food and all these special things with somebody who, you know, means so much to me. And also to see my culture through somebody else's eyes was really just fun and informative, especially because Gabby's Puerto Rican. So it's like our cultures are adjacent and there's a lot in common, and it's so easy for someone who like, oh, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, throw them all in the same bucket. They're the same. But like, we really are different. So it was really fun to figure out where are the moments of difference? How are we different? And how can like, I go, oh, let me celebrate that thing from Puerto Rican culture that we don't have in Dominican culture and vice versa. So
that's actually one of my favorite moments when you guys have a conversation was like, oh, that's different in my house. In my house, we're going to do this. Like, I remember during the rehearsal of the first Minority Land, I think there was a line, Mama Julia said, uno momento or uno momentico. And you guys got into a conversation. I was like,
un momentico, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, even with the same Spanish that we think it's universal, there's like a little differences here and there. I was like, this is really interesting.
But that's also just like, that's a Dominican thing, because Dominicans always make everything smaller.
Aww.
Everything always has like an ico or ito at the end of it. Like, you just make it smaller, like cuter. That's, I don't know. Do Puerto Ricans do that? I don't think so.
We have our own way. We are just like Spanglish human beings that like I have said a rufo, like, and things that just actually words that aren't real, but we make them real. And so I love that about like Puerto Ricans in the States. Diana will be like, it's not the Puerto Ricans from Puerto Rico, okay? It's the Puerto Ricans in the States. She would be correcting me right now. But there's the one thing I love about Power Street, and something that I kind of want to make sure people are clear about. People, I think, oftentimes think of us as a Latinx organization. And, you know, we have tried really hard to, you know, claim multicultural since the inception. And actually, multicultural has always been a part of our mission statement and values. Now, of course, the folks at the forefront, right, you know, with me and Erlina, throughout the years, of course, it could be perceived that we are specifically Latinx and with the stories that we have presented. But I think that I really want to just make sure we are honoring the multicultural, because when we don't honor the multicultural, we're erasing someone like Asaki, who has been a part of this organization from the beginning. So I just want to make that clear to folks. For those who think that we're just Latinx, you know, of course, we're also North Philly, predominantly Latinx, but we have many people from many different backgrounds who participate in our programming, who participate, you know, in our productions that are not Latinx. Minority Line alone, you know, was just with tech and actors and everything, was not just Latinx. And that was our first show. And that was our most recent show, Kiss of Addiction. So many of these shows are centering so many different voices, experiences, narratives. And as we're growing, we hope to continue to do better around that. You know, I think the stories that you heard often were from Erlina, because Erlina was doing a lot of free labor. And that's something I also want to name and share, you know, as I'm calling folks in and out. You know, I think I did a lot of calling out during the summertime. I'm trying to work on calling in folks, but I think a part of it was like saying, you know, I would no longer ask folks to do free labor. And a part of it, like, you know, to be honest, I had to for a long time, you know, but I was also doing it, you know, like, you know, so many of us in Power Street have given so much free labor for years. And I think folks recognize how hard I was working to actually get the money, you know, and once we got the money, like folks saw that like it was going to them. But I think we're now at a place that we can say, okay, we're really not going to ask artists to do work for free. But there was a lot of bartering and there was a lot of love. Like, I think that was another thing. Like, you know, I didn't ask folks to do things for free who I wasn't going to show up for, you know, and I wasn't going to see their humanity, and I wasn't going to cook for them and do all these other things to show them that I appreciated them. So I also just want to share that, like, you know, we have had to ask folks to do things for free, but we've been intentional about it. And so that was something that's been in the theater world and something I've been really advocate about. So I just wanted to share that, a little bit of our history in that way. But Asaki or Erlina, feel free to like share any talking points, or if y'all want to ask a question that we can dive into. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like we talked about some of the things that have come from our history of, you know, I may be making assumptions. I don't know who's watching, so I don't know who knows what about us. But, you know, we started off literally with nothing, just an idea and a hope and a dream, and a lot of free labor for many, many years of just trying to make art happen, trying to tell our stories, realizing within the theater community that we just didn't feel like there was really a space for us at these predominantly white institutions. So we had to kind of make that space for ourselves. And all the different things, you know, we talked about how we have all these different hats, and like, I think we already had those hats before Power Street, but being a part of Power Street also helped us to discover those hats. Right from the beginning, I came into Power Street because I wanted to be a performer. And then within a couple of months, realized that I wanted to write as well. And that like led me now on a path to where I claim myself as a playwright. And then, you know, obviously Gabby never thought she was going to be a producer or a grant writer or all these things. And like, that is just like, where the passion took us, and because we saw the need, because when we did our first show, we saw the people that came out and we were like, okay, like we're not just shouting this into the void, like people want this and people need this. So that kind of like, I would have never thought that I was going to be doing arts administration work in this type of way that I am. But I think because the dream got so much bigger of like, okay, like this is what we're really doing. This is what our focus really needs to be, is like this community, and how can we continue to serve this community through the arts in all these different ways. That kind of like led to all these other things that we're doing now, which are so exciting, like the land and body classes. That came, like, this is one of the things that I love. Like, I would have never have been able to do these things if I didn't have a seat right at the front of the table with Power Street to say 4 years ago, Gabby, or even, I don't even know when it was, like 5 years ago, because it took a couple of years because we had to get the money, of me being like, man, like, I had just taught an adult playwriting class for Delaware with the Latin American Community Center and Delaware Shakespeare Theater, which was just like a random thing that they did that was great, and they hired me, and it was an amazing experience. And I taught adults, and I remember thinking like, wow, this is awesome. I never would have thought I would enjoy teaching adults theater, people who are like, I'm not, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to write. I don't know anything about theater. Like, people who have no artistic background, who just showed up because they just needed an outlet. They just wanted something creative to do. And that they kept coming and they kept staying. And by the end of it, it was just such a beautiful experience. I was like, oh my goodness, we have to bring this to some version of this to our community in North Philly. And Gabby was like, all right, I'll start looking for the money. And, you know, and from there, you know, I guess like a year and a half or 2 years later, we got the money, and now the classes have been going. You know, it was such a heartbreak in March that we had to cancel them, especially because we didn't know anything about transitioning to virtual at the time and all that. It was just all happening at once. To have that first day of classes of everyone, which I had to meet everyone and get excited about what the classes were going to be, and then, you know, to not be able to continue. But thankfully we are continuing now. Land and Body's coming up virtually, which now we're pretty versed in the virtual world and how to navigate that. But it's also going to be fun because, you know, that's our world. We've been on Zoom. We've been doing that now for months and months and months, but a lot of people haven't. A lot of people, you know, we can't make assumptions about who has actually been on Zoom and accessing Zoom and doing virtual, you know, meetings and stuff like this. So I'm excited to see who signs up. I'm excited to see what we need to navigate for everyone to be able to become Zoom savvy. And also for myself, this is going to be my first time that I'm going to be teaching a class on Zoom. So I'm excited to try all these different, you know, tools.
February 19th is the registration date, y'all. So I think I really want to push this language of like, please sign up. We have 10 slots for my class. For Erlina's class, it's free. You know, if you go to Power Street's website and you click the education tab, it will take you down to land and body classes. You hit the registration, register here by February 19th. It's going to take you to a Google Doc, fill out that information, and you will secure your spot. Also, for out of the 10 slots in my class, I will have 5 slots dedicated to the North Philadelphia community and folks who receive a stipend for participating, as well as Erlina's class. So we're also trying to make sure we center our community in this way. And classes are for everyone to be able, and it's bilingual. Yes, Asaki, thank you. And the classes are happening, they're beginning March, the first week of March, and going through the first week of April. Classes are 2 hours each. So, you know, 6 classes with some culminating event preparation. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Erlina's class sounds so cool. I think I'm going to take it.
I know, I'm planning on peeking in too.
Yeah, like I'm so inspired by not just Erlina, but also Asaki. Like today, I so look forward to Asaki doing the budget plan. Like I'm always constantly learning from my peers, and they're just such badass like educators, artists, and all of the above. So make sure that you know, get to have these services for free. And also, if you can't, maybe share it with your neighbor, your abuela, your titi, you know, whoever. You know, we are all artists. We all have that potential to be artists within us, or tell our stories at least. And so join us. You know, I just wanted to make sure that we give that plug. February 19th, y'all, visit Power Street. Facebook page. Asaki, would you like to talk about Comunidades Conectadas? I can help you out here, but
of course. So we are having Comunidades Conectadas story circle. It's gonna be virtual, unfortunately, but it's gonna be so much fun to go back to that story circle. I've only participated so few, but it's always that, I don't know. What I really love about poetry is the community that we are able to gather. It's just people are so genuine, people are so authentic, and I learn a lot from their life experiences, and ready to be vulnerable and honest about their experiences and feelings when the time is provided. And so we are doing, I believe it's February 18th, right, Gabby? It's on Thursday.
yes,
We are doing a financial wellness story circle from, I'm just trying to look up what time.
7 to 8:30.
7 to 8:30. And our affiliated artist, Lori, is going to be leading the discussion again. This is one thing that we have been really focusing on, to how we can share the informations and resources to the community in need, because it's really hard to gather all those informations if you're on your own, or you just don't know sometime where to go to. And this is one of the great opportunities for people just can participate and get all those informations you need. Comunidades Conectadas Story Circle is one of the things, and we are also launching, or launched, I'm not sure, launched arts and social change page on our website. Learn Your Shadow that we debuted yesterday. It's a spoken word performed by Ange Bay, shot by Jen Cleary. That video is going to be on there. I also put the registration information for the COVID vaccination. And as the time goes by, there's going to be a lot more resources and information. People just can go there and get the information they need. And I'm going to try my best to keep on updating. So let us know what you would like to see. Yeah, another thing.
Playtime real quick, because that was your baby.
Playtime.
That was your baby.
That is your baby.
That's like the same thing, like another example of like, you know, I want to do this thing. And like, maybe if Asaki didn't have Power Street, she would have been like, I want to do this thing. And that would have been the end of it. Yeah. But being able to have this community of being like, all right, let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, Gabby and Erlina helped me brainstorm. It's like, what is this about? How are you going to do it? How often are you going to do it? Just strategize everything. And I was able to whip this out of a thin air. And it's been amazing. So,
tell us about it. What is it?
Playtime. So I want people to read more plays. But sometimes people don't know where to start because there are so many. And probably the only experience people have read plays is like Shakespeare, which is great. I love Shakespeare, but it's this little high bar for the beginners, I feel like. And also there's so many writers of color who is actually living, like Erlina, and the local playwrights I want to feature. So I decided to do a little short episode, about 10-15 minutes episode each month, to introduce new playwrights, new plays, just talk about what's this play about, how I felt, what I thought reading those plays. And every other month, we have been doing a live digital performances. Last month, we did Honeybee Baby by our own Erlina, and it was amazing. That was another testament of how diverse our talent pool is. We have been so lucky to get great performers for the reading, and it was just so much fun hearing your new play. Oh my god, Erlina, I love that play so much, and I can't wait that we're gonna produce it within next, I don't know, soon, because I know we have a big project coming up. This month, I haven't officially announced it yet, but this month I'm gonna talk about and Butterfly by David Henry Wong. I know it's a classic. It's the first published was like probably late 80s, but since then he rewrote the play because the society has changed. The society's view has been changed on LGBTQ community. So I wanted to talk about that, how playwrights does rewrites and how they try to adjust their play to fit into the current society. I think this is a really great example. Yeah, Erlina, do you want to talk about what's coming up with you aside from teaching?
Also, can we give a shout out real quick to funders before our time is up? Because I really do gotta
Sure.
I feel like I had a moment that was like, you know what? We got to thank our funders because that's why we're still here. Obviously, we're thanking our community. We're thanking all the artists involved, but I do want to give a shout out to our funders. Shout out to Bread and Roses for making this digital rally possible. Thank you, Bread and Roses. We really, really appreciate y'all, the Solidarity Fund. Make sure, if you're an arts organization, organizing group, go to Bread and Roses, apply. I shared a story about us applying for 5 years and being denied up until this moment. So a lot of persistence. There'll be more producer chat about that. I want to thank the William Penn Foundation. I want to thank the Pennsylvania Council on the Arts, the Bear Foundation, Resist, the MAP Fund, Bartle, who has really made it possible for us to do our Land and Body classes over the years. And then, all of the folks who have donated to our crowdfunding campaigns over the years, man. Last year, we raised $10,000 in 7 days on the strength of our community. And honestly, it was a lot of artists who made it possible. So thank you. And I just really wanted to create space for the folks who have made it possible for us to be here today.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, you are making our work possible, especially in the middle of pandemic, because I know so many artists just like don't have any creative outlet right now, and I'm like, I want to help, but I don't know what can I do.
I forgot to say the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, which is actually really important because it's a part of the city budget. And Philadelphia Cultural Fund, thank you. And I think Lindo's here with us, right?
Yeah. So I want to jump in real quick because we're about to hit on time, and it was beautiful hearing so much about like what your passion is, what is like your heart space with this work, and how like during this pandemic, what has keeping that heart pumping and allow it to just like be. So I'm wondering, what is your heart work? What is something that de-stresses you during this time that we're collectively all going through crisis? So heart work is this idea of things that you do that you enjoy, that makes you feel present and, heartful, warm. So what is that hard work for you right now as we are all collectively going through crisis? This one activity, because we have 2 minutes before we have to move to the next segment. I should have asked you this beforehand so you had time to think. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is just like reading a book. Okay. Like getting lost in a really good book is one of the things that heals me. I've been a nerd my whole life. So anytime that I'm not in the middle of a good book, I miss it. So that's the first thing I'm thinking of, because I'm in the middle of like a nonfiction right now, but I need like a good, like 800-page fiction to just get lost in. And like not watch TV, not go to Netflix. Like all I want to do is read that book. Like that's what I'm craving right now, because it's been a couple of months now since I've had that experience.
Erlina, let me know when you find one, because I'm craving for that too. I love reading books too. For me, it has been singing out loud. Since the pandemic started, my brain just needs to go to the comfort place, which is in Japanese pop. So, and I came from the country of karaoke, so that's what I've been doing, singing out loud all by myself and scaring cats. It's like, what the hell?
Cats. I would say for me, it would be, I've been doing a vegan cooking show as an old lady. follow me on Mama Julia 215, a character that was created with minority land and now continues to live on. And so, yeah, you know, I love cooking. I love, you know, testing new recipes and connecting to my culture, even as a vegan, a new vegan, since April. And I would say tarot cards too. Like, I've been doing tarot cards and journaling, and it's been really helpful for me to really connect to my feelings and where I'm at. So,
well, that's really dope. I've been playing a lot of video games, and I've been doing rashes stuff that I didn't get to do pre-pandemic. safely because like I don't know what image people had in their mind when I said rashes stuff. I thank y'all so much for your time. I think that's our time today.
Thank you, Lindo.
No, thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all.
Hashtag 1%.
Cool. So we about to get it on and popping. We have a segment coming up called Coffee Talk, which is hosted by James, who was doing tech all today. We heard him speak earlier today. And Coffee Talk is just basically just like the idea of using, you know, the muse of coffee to build conversation, build community. Even though there's like a figurative coffee right now. I don't know if anybody that's here with us has actual coffee, but you know, we find out. I see a few people. Y'all can't see them, but I see them. And today they're gonna have a conversation about just like why art is on the line and why local power and bringing the attention to art is so important. And I'm not gonna say too much because I really want to listen more than anything else. So I'm gonna pass it on to James to introduce the folks that are present with us today for Coffee Talk.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another coffee break chat. It is 10:03 a.m. here in the beautiful, cloudy city of Philadelphia. I am coming to you live from Light Thief Production Studios. We're still on the digital rally broadcast, so I'll clip this out after the broadcast and upload it as a separate segment for y'all. But we're going to be talking a little love and hate. We have special guests for you today. It's tough for me to read my broadcast notes in this size. We've got Jillian Booth from Gemini Voices Company and Andrew Mark Schaefer from Encompass. And we'll be talking to them in a few moments. So layout looks a little different than usual. That's because I've got this all set up for the digital rally and not set up for how I usually have it. So we're on a different layout than usual. But I'm gonna go ahead and welcome to the screen. Hold on 1 second. Our first guest, pin from first screen. There we go. I'm going to welcome to the screen our first guest, Jillian. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, your pronouns, and what it is you do.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Jillian Booth, and I'm the artistic director of a Philadelphia performing arts organization called Gemini Voices Co. Outside of Gemini Voices, I also freelance as a voice teacher and as a classical singer.
Awesome. And so Gemini Voices has a show coming up, correct?
Yes, so we've been running a virtual cabaret series since September. Our next production is this Saturday at 7:30. We're streaming it live from YouTube, and it's free, so anyone can tune in to watch with suggested donation.
Awesome. And where can folks find that show?
So we have a Facebook event. So the show is called Silly Love Songs, so it's Valentine's Day themed. And we have a Facebook event by the same name. And you can find us on Facebook at Gemini Voices Co. Also on Instagram at the same, at Gemini Voices Co. on Instagram. And so the event link has the YouTube stream link, which the event will be streaming off of. And you can feel free to follow us on both of those platforms for additional updates and other information regarding future productions. But yeah, we're really excited. It's our primary goal as an organization is to feature all different kinds of singing styles from different singing genres. So we're kind of tying all of these different songs under one theme, which is silly love songs, so it's relating to love, and we're really excited to have this happen this weekend.
Awesome. So you're on the love side of love and hate for Valentine's Day. Is there a good reason for that, or is it just where you like to be?
I think in terms of the show, obviously, like every song that's ever been written, or at least most of them, relate to love in some aspect. And that really worked in our favor because we are trying to highlight songs from all different repertoire canons. So we have songs from operas, musicals, pop songs, rock songs, like every single genre, but they all kind of tie into this theme of love, and that made it really easy for us to have that. So, and also I think it helps to, not everything, I guess, is under the romantic love aspect of Valentine's Day. So we have some songs that aren't necessarily like romantic, but instead just like platonic love or love between family. So I think that's also an important part of the idea of love and Valentine's Day.
Awesome. Great. I am looking forward to that. I hope that I can get to it. We have some shows coming up ourselves, so it's it's amazing. And when you're in the arts, you don't always get to see everything, see all the shows and everything. And I am going to welcome onto screen our hate side of the love and hate genre, which is Andrew. Andrew, if you would introduce yourself, your pronouns, and what it is you do.
Hello, my name is Andrew. I'm he, him from Encompass the Arts Collaborative from Allentown, PA, and also Los Angeles, California. But I'm in Allentown right now.
Awesome. And you have a show coming up as well, right?
Yes, we have our, I don't know if I can curse.
Yeah, you can curse.
Fuck Love, a heartbreaking cabaret. Valentine's Day at 7 p.m. It's going to be live stream on YouTube.
Awesome. Where can folks get tickets for that, etc.?
You can go on our socials. It's at Encompass Arts. It's it's Encompass without the vowels. And it's early. Yeah, it's there, and you can just go on our YouTube. You can search Encompass Arts Collaborative, and you can find us on YouTube, and that's where it's going to be streaming. So you don't have to get tickets or reserve a spot or anything. Just click the links that we have floating around, and you'll be there.
Great. I am also going to welcome to the screen our some of our commenter guests, and we've got Jason N. Peters, recent winner of a Pen and Pencil Award.
No, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to support the arts. The second I found out about this rally, I've been sharing it from every Twitter account that I run. Philadelphia, I fell in love with the art scene, and I consider myself an artist. I just really am excited to hear about all these fun and exciting things that people are doing, especially for Valentine's Day, to love and to hate on Philadelphia for cutting the budget, and to love the art that you guys are putting out. But I see another box, so feel free to introduce there.
And this is Dr. Ardencia Hall Karambe. Doctor, please introduce yourself, if you would mind. Oh, you're muted, my dear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Ardencia Hall Karambe. I'm an associate professor of theater at Community College of Philadelphia and the artistic director of Kaleidoscope Cultural Arts Collective and Art and Glare Enterprises. And I'm also a member of BTAP, which is the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia. So yeah, I'm everywhere. It's fun.
Everywhere. All right, so we've got lots of topics this morning. We're in the middle of a 24-hour rally for the arts. And, thank you to both of our special guests for bringing attention to your productions that are coming up this weekend. Really appreciate it. And hopefully y'all that are watching the rally or watching my YouTube channel because you like to come back for coffee break chat, will go ahead and patronize these folks, give them some love, go buy tickets, go reserve tickets, go repost their events. That's one easy, cheap, free way to get help to artists is to repost their events. You don't understand how much work it is to be your own publisher while you're your own producer, while you're your own director.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of being an artist has grown with the advent of the internet. It's the efficiency and downsizing that comes with the internet. I can't just write a good article. I then have to publish it and then spread it around everywhere and do all of the extra stuff that normally a company would do for me. But if the reason I'm marketable and the reason that people are willing to give me work as an artist or as a writer is because I'm known to spread it better than other journalists or artists. So for some reason that has become a part of the job of an artist, is to also become the distributor, which is mind-blowing.
Yeah. And you recently started Philly Plain Dealer.
We have recently started Philly Plain. There is no hierarchy. We are creating an outlet where there is lateral, horizontal ownership and leadership, self-owned, group-owned. I am not the leader. You are the leader. We are the leaders of the Philly Plain Dealer. Now, because there needs to be a space in Philly for people to have unabashed freedom of speech, unabashed, they can say what they want, even if what they want to say is ugly, and not ugly and like, we're not going to be using slurs, we're not going to be putting down people, but like, it feels like everything in the media is too safe nowadays. So why not take a chance? I published an article with the word, I'll say it because the other Andrew cursed, with the word fuck in the title. And conveniently, it is the only article I've ever written that both of my parents told me was good. So you can put fuck in the title of an article and still get love from your family on it because you're not turning people off.
What do you guys, what's your experience with curse words in the title? This weekend PDC is doing a play series that is all plays with curse words in the title, so called Talk Dirty to Me. But what's you guys' experience as far as curse words in the titles?
On my end, I guess we try to market to like a family-friendly audience, so we don't really go into that territory. But I think that there is something empowering about sort of just having that in there, and but it's not something that I've done, but I definitely support that endeavor as well.
Oh, I do it. Oh, I do it all the time.
Yep. I was just saying, Andrew's got a John called Fuck Love, don't you?
Yeah, that's our show. We, me and my, co-founder partner, Ricky Negron, we say a lot of naughty words, kind of explicit people. Not like you said, not in a bad way, but we're all adults here. So we try to put like, we're not marketed to like, a family-friendly thing, but we want everybody to enjoy the show. So we try to put disclaimers before like the numbers that are explicit, or like before the show being like, hey, it's explicit, you might want to watch that.
And
you do try to limit it. You don't make it every word. You know what I'm saying? But cursing is an art form. It really, I think it's an art form when it's done well. It has almost a symphony type appeal to it when it's really just out there, and you get a couple of in a fugue, and it's that whole emotional content. And I think if it's used well and put in the right places, it's great emphasis. So you do it sparingly, but you do it.
Emphasis is the key word. Using curse words for emphasis is the correct use of it. Because if you're just throwing curse words left and right, you're going to turn some people off. And I've got a hot take here. I think that cursing is fine for children. And I know that's an absolute hot take, but the amount of violence that children are shown on a daily basis.
Well,
yeah, they can handle a shit. They can handle the word shit and the word ass every once in a while. Once you reach like 12 years old, you can get a couple of the little ones, but they're hearing it anyway. The best rap music in the world is riddled with curse words, and that's the most popular genre of music out right now. People have been heard that.
What always makes me want to curse is whenever I'm dealing with politics, though, and I'm often amazed that our representatives are held to these standards of like not cursing and stuff like that. Like if I was on the floor of Congress when some of these folks say some of the stuff that they say, especially when it's like they say stuff that's anti-LGBTQ, or they say stuff that's racist, I would just start cursing up a storm. I'm probably I'd be the worst politician.
The only reason
and that's why you do what you do, James.
Beto O'Rourke tried that and he lost. He tried to be like the cursing candidate for president. He came out and said the F-bomb in like a bunch of videos and Vanity Fair, a big Vanity Fair spread where he said the F word a bunch, and it did not poll well. So I think you could get away with it as like a small-time senator, but once you hit the big stage, you kind of got to drop the cursing a little bit. But I agree. I talk to people as a journalist, having to deal with people just lying to my face. It would just stick with the love and hate thing. My big hate is PR. PR people and lying to me to my face when I know they're lying, it is something that makes me scream an absurd amount. And it's kind of the human resourcing of all communications that are formal, that you just thinly veil lies, and it hurts. Like, if you ever look through government documents, they're written in a way to make everything look positive, when really they're saying negative things, but it looks positive because it's written in a very fancy PDF.
Not to get partisan, but Republicans are the queens of giving something a title and describing it in a way that is exactly opposite what it does. I don't understand how that skill set cropped up, but definitely.
I don't even just blame them. I mean, the city of Philadelphia does an insane amount. Right now, I'm covering green legislation and all these progress reports on making the city green, and it's all their number one goal is to reduce the amount of energy used. And in the report, it says that they are succeeding, yet the energy use has gone up. But because the PDF looks so nice, you're like, oh, they're succeeding. And you're just like, oh, what happened here?
Dr. Hall and I have actually all three of the other guests, Andrew, Jillian, Dr. Hall, and I all have familiarity with people putting a shine on turd for us.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, child. That beautiful color. You get lost in the colors.
Mm-hmm.
That mahogany. Yeah. You get a little yellow streak in there every once in a while. No, I'm sorry. Poop humor will always win out. But yeah, so we've been talking about the budget on the rally. The budget hasn't been released yet. We all, as artists and folks that work in public-facing jobs, know that, the money isn't out there for regular citizens normally. And one of the interesting, things is that the mayor is putting a really tight deadline on the budget this year, not releasing his version of the budget until May 1st. I don't know if you guys, how much I'm sure Dr. Hall.
I was we're talking about fiscal year 22, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the fiscal year 21/22. So we run 6 from June to the budget has to be passed by the end of June, but it is for the period June through June.
That seems inefficient, but whatever. Why would they do it like that? I mean, they should give themselves lag time, like a runway. But you know what? That's why I'm not in politics. I'm too pragmatic and too efficient. But there should be a runway of time for them to get the budget going and see if there's money that carries over. It's very frustrating to watch. Like last year's budget, they wiped out the office of, what was it called, the arts and the office of, I've got it all right here because I'm writing about this rally in between things.
I believe it's arts and culture.
Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. They took $4.3 million out of that, as well as taking another $500,000 out of the mural arts program. So that's $4.5 to $4.8 million taken away from Philadelphia arts that were already underserved. It's kind of like the schools. Like the schools got their budgets cut a little bit, but the schools have asbestos in them. It's this constant need to downsize things that are already small to then bolster things, the police, that are already big, with taxpayer money who don't necessarily agree. Like this is a county, Philadelphia County, that voted 86%, between 82 and 86% for Democratic leadership, yet we have a progressive mayor who's negotiating against himself, against non-existent
progressive
Republicans.
in big air quotes there.
Oh, no. I'm a Kenny. I can't even talk about my opinions on Kenny as a journalist, but,
I do often talk about my opinions on Kenny as an opinion journalist. Unfortunately, I think he needs to resign. But so there's a problem when you have an administration that has let's look at the leadership of the administration for the past couple of years. You had calls for a managing director to resign, who did resign. You have calls for a police commissioner to resign, and you had 3 resignations of police commissioner before that. You have calls for a public health director to resign. How many parts of the executive administration need to resign before we start looking a little bit higher up the food chain and figuring out why so many parts of the executive are failing? How many resignations does it take before you start saying, oh, maybe there's a problem somewhere a little bit else? I don't know.
Progressives are going to be given a bad name because of this first wave, the first generation of quote unquote progressives that were able to get elected, who were chameleon progressives. There are people who wore the progressive skin to get nominated within the Democratic Party. Like, I don't understand how you could be Mayor Kenny and call yourself a progressive, but before, in his reelection campaigns, taken millions from Mike Bloomberg. Millions. Not like, how did we, obviously he's going to fund the police department and overfund the police department because that's what Mike Bloomberg paid him 7 figures to do. That money doesn't come without stipulations. That money comes how it comes.
Yeah. So, Dr. Hall, you work in education.
Yes.
We had a little conversation about education and the arts, but both areas that are severely underfunded. What are the successful routes to getting funding in education? Maybe arts can learn something from education.
No, I'm not sure where they are, in all honesty. I mean, just like, and I have to pick up because, I'm an old woman. So let me pick up my iPad. So as Jason just said, education and the arts are often they are usually the smaller budgets, and they're usually the budgets that are first cut. So they're kind of hand in hand with each other. They're easy to eliminate because in many ways, or at least cut down, people don't see the benefit in many ways of either. Let me see if I can make the point. Even though we proclaim to be a society that thinks that education is something that everyone should get, we profess it all the time, yet we have a body of the citizenry that thinks that intellectualism is a disease. And we have people who are on the 3rd grade level, reading level here in the city, who and part of it is because of the broken educational system. It's like you're damned. They love the arts, but just as the statistics came out at the beginning, towards the beginning, middle of the pandemic, what were the jobs that were considered non-essential? Arts. Yet people were coming home all the time and turning on Netflix and binging on all these other shows, but don't make the correlation that those are forms of art. Those are artists doing that. But yet you say what we do is non-essential. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with education. People need education, but we have, as I said, we have this group of this mindset that, oh, we don't need, intellectualism is bad. So it's a catch-22. So it's hard to, how do you fund the redheaded stepchildren in the room? Both of them are the redheaded stepchildren. So it's they don't see, I don't know how to say it other than sometimes people find it hard to connect the dots and see how they make true education, a true level education, and arts make a society whole. They just don't make those connections.
And you touched on something really good right there. You talked a little bit about anti-intellectualism and being the redheaded stepchildren. Very similar to anti-intellectualism in American pop culture is this idea to not respect the arts. That is very similar to anti-intellectualism. Like, yes, everybody you know enjoys art. They enjoy pop music, the artists that they enjoy. But the second they don't understand something or they don't like a form of art or it goes over their head, they hate on it. Like, they hate on it. It's not just that another form of art can exist with not liking it. It's you don't want your money funding art that you don't enjoy. You don't want to fund art that you don't agree with. And I think a country that does a good job with this is England. I see they have skate parks that are built by the government. They have the BFI, the British Film Institute, which its sole job is to produce British films to then compete on the international market. We've probably all watched BFI movies without even knowing it because they consider it important to their national status as a country.
All of the BBC is government funded. All of Channel 4 is government funded. All of the productions that they do as a country are nationally funded, and they're not even the biggest percent spenders of money per capita.
Because it makes money. Because it produces more money. It's a good business idea to make good art because art is a commodity that is able to be sold for profit. So if you just put your money towards, and you know what's the biggest bullshit about all of this is if you pull out a dollar bill. I don't have a dollar bill in my hands grasp because I'm an artist. They have if you look at the money of American money, just any dollar bill, the Secretary of the Treasury during the Trump administration, Steve Mnuchin, is the executive producer of Suicide Squad. The man is a movie producer. He's taking his money that he gets from his government job to then pay for movies that then make him a profit. So they're the same people in the same positions doing the same thing. It's just how the money flows, and it's very frustrating. And it's a bad
entertainment is one of the largest commodities that we have flowing out of the United States worldwide. It brings back more money than most of our products that go out to other countries. Every year.
Oh, sorry.
And
go ahead,
darling.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, another example similar to England funding their arts is in Europe with, like, Italy and Germany funding, like, classical music, like, because they're really, really into opera. They have a lot more money going into that versus here, the Metropolitan Opera, like, had to fire all of their musicians this past year, and, like, they're not really getting, I don't think, support, at least not that I know of. So it's definitely a really big point to look at, like, you know, other governments that are actually, like, putting forth financial resources versus ours.
And on top of that money, what is the message that giving the money sent? It says that we as a society value this. The money is not just money. The government told us that money equals speech, so let's listen to them when they talk. So they're putting money towards what they think matters. They do not think the arts matter. I think it's kind of a divide. There's kind of this conservative idea that the arts are lefty and they're mocking you. And like, I have a brother who's right wing who won't watch Will Ferrell movies because, he's a liberal. Like, so how could you ever convince that side of the aisle who has the purse? They hold the power of the purse, but not anymore with the Biden administration, but they're not going to fund the arts because, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. So we have to fight for it at a local level, which is why something like this is so good. I've been excited to see. James, do you mind telling me what political officials did you guys have in here yesterday? And do you guys have any on the docket today?
We had our city council interview last night. You can watch it in review. It's actually up on the Facebook and the YouTube for Power Street and Light Beef. and if you just skip to the 7 o'clock hour of part 2. But yeah, we had nearly a quorum of city council members. It was pretty funny. They even mentioned it. We had Councilman O. We had Councilman Gilmore Richardson. We had council member. We had a few that didn't show. Actually, Councilmember Green emailed me an apology. He had a family emergency. But thank you for emailing me and letting me know that you wanted to attend. We had Councilmember Gim for a little while. We had sheesh, I can't even remember all the names at this point. But all of them said, "Hey, we've heard that the arts are important from the community. We definitely hear it." And I cited that last year. Yeah, I know. I cited that last year. Yeah, we hear you.
Remember what we were saying earlier? PR speech. Someone tells they hear you. You know what that means? That means fuck you. I mean, I know you're not supposed to say that, but god damn. No, you don't get anything you...
Yeah, one of the things that I haven't been able to figure out a way to communicate it to council. I also haven't been able to find a way to communicate it to the half of the voting public that doesn't understand this. But art takes care of all of the things. Arts and education take care of all the other things. Like, if you have good educational systems, I'm going to address the audience. If you have good educational systems, you have a population that knows how to do things and understands things. It's not good to be anti-intellectual. You need intellectualism to understand the world that you live in. If you have good art support, if you have good arts education, you get people who know how to express themselves without just resorting to violence or resorting to physically exerting their understanding of the world. They try and express their understanding of the world in a different way, and that's important. That's important. And I know I went over this in the opening, but I'd like to go over it again because I forgot to bring it up during the council segment. Here in Philadelphia, there were massive protests both for and against the counting of the presidential vote. And you had hundreds of people on against counting the vote so that ostensibly Trump would win a second round of presidency, and you had thousands of people counter protesting saying, "No, count the votes because I voted and I deserve to be counted." So here, neither one of those sides turned violent, and that's because of the high involvement of the arts in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, and artists joined in and led the protest movements to be peaceful and expressive, but peacefully expressive. So, I don't know that's
you are beyond right. I was there covering the events. I was there in the convention center when all those people showed up. The thing was, and I think this is even a great point to conservatives' misunderstanding of the arts. Conservatives were playing like music by like Rage Against the Machine. This is liberal music. It sounds, it's all about, they were playing songs that were anti-police, not knowing, because they weren't even listening to the words. And to more of what you said, and I'm going to fight you a little bit, it is not in the people in powers, this capitalist oligarchy that we have in America, it is not in their benefit to have an educated public. It is not. And that could be my little conspiracy theory, but there's a reason the textbooks are written the way that they're written. There's a reason that we only see Martin Luther King in black and white. There's a reason that we're not taught about the Tuskegee experiment. We don't talk about like any of the wars that we lose. Why do we think we've won all the wars? We lost in Vietnam, we lost in Iraq. We don't talk about it. The Spanish Civil War and the involvement in the Spanish Civil War to join World War II. The creation of the police as descendants of slave owners. Like, it's the education on my eye. I just touched it and got fucked up. It's not in the curriculum. You're not supposed to be educated. You're supposed to believe what keeps General Mills and Kellogg's going. You're supposed to believe
we call it indoctrination.
Yeah. You're indoctrinated. You're not educated, and that's the biggest problem in America is that you got all these people.
Y'all gonna make me lose my job. Y'all gonna make me lose my job.
I'm just saying.
Dr. Hall, you're just you're just churching over there. You haven't said anything.
No.
I'm just saying it's very frustrating because that issue is at the center of the political point we're at. I have friends, close friends of mine, whom I grew up with, who are Trump people because they think that the anti-patriotism and the why don't you just love America? We're the greatest country on earth. Why are you saying all these bad things? Why are you complaining? That's their worldview. So when we complain and say we want things to be better, they take it as, oh, you're not grateful for what you have. And to be honest, I'm not. I lived in the suburbs and it was heroin everywhere. That was, my parents were told that was the American dream. And guess what? They were sold a bill of bad goods. And then I was sold that bill of bad goods. But the good thing about the generation behind us is that they weren't sold anything. They were told this place is fucked up and you're gonna have to save it. And I wasn't. I was still taught about Christopher Columbus, Star Spangled Banner, yada yada. That was my education, and I had to break out of it because I listened to Limp Bizkit and watched The Daily Show and George Carlin. At like 5 years old. So I was put on to like Young Jeezy too early. And that swayed my view of the world. But other people weren't. Other people grew up on Springsteen, and they're mad at us for being mad.
Yeah, I had the same experience when I was in school. Like, I grew up in suburban Philadelphia, and it wasn't until I went to Temple for undergrad, and it wasn't until like I was in Temple taking their like gen ed classes that really focus a lot on like what actually happened in America, that I really got to like have my eyes open to a lot of that history. And it's crazy because like just like you, like I was taught that Christopher Columbus was this guy who came and they were all friendly. No, like and it's that was only like what early 21st century. So yeah, I think that education is extremely important, but it has to be like truthful education, not
and to speak on this a little bit before, because I got to get off. I have a thing at 10:45, but my whole work before I was validated as a journalist recently, like this year, I started a project called the 2100 podcast. The premise being that it's a time capsule for the people of the year 2100 to listen to and understand what was happening in our time period, because history books are filled with lies. The popular narrative that makes it to the future is often the narrative of the victors and of the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful class. So my whole idea was, I'm going to leave something for the 2 generations ahead, the year of 2100. And the plan is to have it re-released in 2100, 52 episodes, 1 for every week of that year, for them to understand that we are so similar to them, and that 100 years back was very similar to where we are. There was a pandemic in 1928. Masks, the whole 9 yards, the same fights. And guess what? They did a better job at vaccinating than we do. So there's a lot to learn from history. And before I sign off here, I just want to say thank you to all the other panelists on here. It was great to get to know you. I hope our paths cross in the future. James, it was a delight. I will be writing about this rally for Grid Magazine, and hopefully that article's out tonight or tomorrow. But have a great day, y'all. And save the artists. fund the arts, and defund the police. So long.
Peace, Jason. Peace out.
Yeah, no, and one of the important parts of talking about education is that we have to realize, and we have to spread the message that education is really controlled by a very, very small number of people, and the people that are influencing education have positioned themselves very, very well and very surreptitiously to do that control. It's interesting because the reason that education is so controllable is because of how commercial our entire world is. So if you think about it, there's this whole big economy in writing books for educational purposes, writing history books, math books, and school districts have to buy new books every 3 to 5 years because the information changes. Just like anything else, the more of it you buy, the less it's going to cost. So people that are very commerce driven figured this out a number of years ago and started positioning themselves in school districts that are large. So basically you have school districts that represent a couple of million children making decisions for a couple of billion children because they are big. So they decide to buy a certain textbook, which then gets spread around the entirety of the country as a purchase decision. Because we're so commerce driven.
Texas is one of the biggest. Texas is one of the biggest states that in Texas. If Texas usually buys a textbook, it's usually bought by other states as well because it has one of the largest school districts in the nation. And so, and I'm from Texas. I have relatives who teach in Texas. So yeah, that. I'm gonna lose my job. That BS gets spread everywhere. But I want to say this about, I think one of the marks of a more structured, civilized society is their education and their arts. If you look at those two things, it tells you a lot about the society. When you honestly put in money for education and you put in money for the arts, it elevates everyone. It elevates living, the idea of what life is supposed to be and how we are supposed to function as human beings. It elevates everything and everyone within the society because everybody benefits. It's one of those things. Those are two things that actually trickle down. You know what I'm saying? In comparison to other things, economics don't trickle down, but we know that art is something. I posted this on Facebook not too long ago. Art is a selfish act that is shareable. We create it in a selfish way because we have no choice, but we also have to share it with others when we are finished. And so it can spread in ways and change ideology. And that's part of the reason. And same thing with education. And that's why most those gatekeepers are afraid of really letting true education and true art policy reign in the country, because it will open so many minds. And what do you do with an open mind when you don't want open minds?
Yeah, I completely resonate with that a lot as someone like growing up in arts programs, choirs, theater. It was such an impactful part of like my adolescence and really like guided me into like my life direction. And even if it hadn't, I think that it still would have been really important because it develops skills that are just important for life, communication, confidence. I think that I do think that there's always room for growth, though, in the education like that I did receive, because I think that especially within music, especially within classical music, it's very like westernized, and it's very like not, it basically, a lot of my education was just learning about like white composers and like white male composers specifically, and I think that if the education doesn't encompass like a diverse array of historical fact, like if we're just focusing on like westernized music, sort of silences all of the other things that are possible to learn about. And I think that is really important, and I think it is starting to change a bit. I remember like my last semester of college, I did start to learn more about like female composers, Black composers. So that was good, but it wasn't until my last semester. So I think there's always room for the education in the arts to also improve. And I think
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. And I mean, my concentration, even though I have a BFA in acting and MA in directing, both of which were heavily concentrated in Western doctrine, my PhD is focused on African and African diaspora traditions, because that's who I am. You know what I'm saying? And even through that process of getting my bachelor's and my master's, I had professors that were at least awoke enough to pass on material to me, even if the program itself might not have been heavily African American, you know. And as every college does, they do their one Black show or two Black shows a year, you know what I'm saying? And then that kind of stuff. And I also started my own theater group on campus, or revived a theater group that existed on campus that was made up of students, of Black students and students of color. So there, you know, we find other ways to do that. But I totally agree that by bringing in the other voices, and that's part of the problem, and that's why we are where we are as a society. That's why we saw what we saw on January 6th, is because the lack of other voices are now, because they're not allowed into the conversation. And so when people say this is my history, other folks balk because they don't know that history. They haven't been taught that history. They're not aware of that history, because indoctrination doesn't work that way. Indoctrination wants you to see the society only in its best light. And those people who speak against that light are on the fringe and must be the ones who are the enemy of the light. Okay. And you know, as a person of color, as a Black person growing up in a home, African American home, we were always taught, yeah, it might be light, but honey, it burns. So there's always another truth to it. There's always another layer underneath it, and no one is perfect. And to think of that, you know, that everything that comes out of the Western world is perfect is going to set you up for failure. So, you know, I think there's
I would like to touch on something that you just reminded me of. One of my normal rants is that a lot of what we consider the quote unquote Western world or Western society, this is what actually one of the things that drives me absolutely batshit insane about the Western chauvinist movements, is that Western society isn't Western society. Theater comes from Africa. If you look at African tradition, and you go straight from African tradition to Greek theater, it's this exact source of the theater tradition. Like you can't. So all these traditions that are supposedly Western, and like the contributions of Western society. Listen, societies have been borrowing from each other for the entire time that they've existed. There is no one source for culture. There is no contribution to culture. Culture just builds on itself and builds on itself. And it is not like people seem to think that this is the only place to get culture is this Western European tradition, and that's not it. That ain't it at all. And so that just drives me a little nuts. 1 second, Dr. Hall. One second. No, not you. My fault. I need to fix your audio. Go ahead.
Say, if you look at the Western tradition, especially here in America, it would have stopped at opera and classical music. That's all the American forms of music we would know if it was based on Western tradition. Mm-hmm. Because rock and roll, blues, gospel, jazz, all of that came through tradition. And actually, really, especially jazz, it's really that combination of that European form and that African form blending together in New Orleans. So, I mean, American culture would be no more than opera, and people don't think about the contributions of other cultures in that way. American society is such, and I'm not going to use the word, it is that bowl of salad that everybody has borrowed from everybody to build an American culture, but other people want to see themselves as being somewhat more giving at the table when they might not have been.
Yeah, I think that, like, from my experience, like in voice teaching, I've always like thought about how there's this idea of that if you're classically trained, that's like the end all be all of voice training, meaning like that is the only healthy way to sing, and that's been a line of thought for like a long time in classical voice world, and it's actually just like completely false, because it's coming from this idea that westernized singing is the way to sing, which is not true. And so when you look at these other singing styles like pop, rock, R&B, like jazz, those are all non-westernized styles, but they're still valid and they're not unhealthy. Like there's a lot of studies now that in science that like is saying that belting is not like a unsustainable form of singing, meaning it's not going to ruin your voice if you're going to be belting. And that even goes into Broadway, like, because now Broadway is so influenced by popular culture and popular singing, and like a lot of classical, a lot of classical line of thought is that like, oh, I don't teach belting, or I don't want to go into that because it's not healthy, but it is healthy, and it sort of has to have that. That's another part of the education that has to kind of start changing. And I was lucky because I had a voice teacher that was telling me that like it is okay to belt, and like there is healthy ways to belt. So I'm gonna try to continue that with my students, but I think it's also gonna require like a broader line of change within the structure of that industry.
Well, I brought Lindo back on because I saw you yelling at your screen over there.
No, I was rehearsing. I was getting ready for the next sentence, so I practiced in my lines. I took notes. You know, I got social anxiety, so I got to rehearse what I'm going to say to people. So you kind of gave away my act. I can't even act now.
No, it's all right. You got to do what you got to do. But I saw you yelling at the screen. I thought you were ready to jump in.
Oh no! That was just me acting. I'm sorry.
No worries. Anyway, it's 10:59. I want to give the broadcast back to the digital rally. And I want to thank Jillian. I want to thank you, Andrew. Let me just add you to the first screen there. Thank you for joining us, Andrew. Thank you again, as always, Dr. Hall. Thank you to Jason Peters, all for joining us this morning. And we're going to cut back to Lindo in a second. And you'll introduce our next segment, right?
Wait, that's what I do. That's what, you know what I mean? I'm the bridge, right. I guess. Right. I don't know. I'm looking for a better metaphor. I don't want to use bridge. This is why I had rehearsal. This is why I was screaming at my screen to get these lines right. I was over here taking notes.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. If you like what you see, drop a $1 to us on Patreon, patreon.com/LightThiefProductions. Stick around for the rest of the 24-hour digital rally. I'll be here. I run this thing from the background, but so I'll be here at my desk for another few hours. We'll be online till 10 p.m. tonight. Feel free to watch the digital rally on Light Thief Productions YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Mob Crush, or on Power Street's YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Mob Crush, etc. We're going out all over the place. Thank you all for being a guest, and let me pin you on the talking camera, Lindo. And
thank
peace out, everybody.
Peace, see ya, peace. Oh man, that was beautiful. That got me fired up. It got me ready to slay some dragons today. When it comes to the budget that we need for Philadelphia arts and culture, and I was really just excited to see where the conversation went with Coffee Talk. And now I really get the idea what grinds y'all beans. See what I did there? That's what I was rehearsing, grind y'all beans. See how I make the metaphors work and all that stuff? Now we really see what's brewing, what we need, and we're going to continue that conversation with Broad Street Review, which was going to be some staff and writers talking about how the accessibility of art journalism is needed, because we can't have a conversation about art and education without people taking in and being the record keepers of it. So it's important to talk about those that are amplifying the voices, those that are educating, and those that are entertaining, but also those that are becoming the record keepers that are just as artful as those they see on stage that are performing the art. So with no further ado, I'm going to give it to Broad Street Review to engage us in this conversation about art journalism. You dig? We are here, yo.
Good morning.
Howdy.
Good morning.
Thank you.
No, it's good. We do this together.
This is how these work.
We do this together. We're all about community. We have arrived. We are here, y'all. I'm so excited. Brad, Elena, did I say your name correctly?
Yes.
Elena and Neil.
Elena.
Yeah, Elena. Yeah.
Elena.
It's going to take me several times, but thank you for bearing with me. And now we have y'all on the screen too.
Perfect.
So thank y'all. Look, we working together, we building communities, and we are here. I'm gonna allow y'all to speak to this topic of art journalism, and I'm gonna listen, and I'm gonna take notes. You dig?
Sweet. Thanks so much, Lindo. Yeah, we're Broad Street Review. I'm Neil Bardhan. I'm the executive director. Elena Johns is our editor-in-chief, and Brad Rothbard is a writer with us. And we thought we would come on today and talk about some of the things that have been on our minds within the organization, and then within more broadly the Philadelphia arts community, as it relates to accessibility in arts journalism and all those different forms that it takes. So Elena, do you want to kick things off a little bit with some of the history at BSR?
Sure. And it's super fun to be here. And thanks for all the organizers and participants at the rally here. We love it. So Broad Street Review is an all online arts and culture journal, very Philly centric. We have been publishing since 2005, which is like 800 years in internet years, which we're proud of. I've been the editor-in-chief at BSR for a little over 2 years now, working with Neil. Another core team member is, I want to shout out Kyle V. Hiller, who's our associate editor. Just really excellent. If you haven't caught his perspectives over the last 2 years, please rush to the editor's corner at BSR and read them. So we take a really broad-based approach to Philly culture, and really central to our mission since our current team came on board is that we want to use our platform to make the arts scene as accessible as possible. And accessibility means a lot of things. And in this conversation, particularly, we want to talk about how we're including disabled people in the arts scene and in our arts coverage. And I can talk a little bit more about it later, but for just my history, this is important to me because the principle is important, and I'm excited to use my work and my platform to promote that. But within my own experience in my health, I'm dealing with, for example, issues of chronic pain and mobility issues that really challenge me in a lot of local arts spaces that are not accessible to me on a bad day. So it's not only something that is a principle that I'm excited about, it's something that affects me personally. And I just love to push that conversation forward. Should we do an intro for Brad?
Please.
Sure. I'm Brad Rothbart. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm Brad Rothbart. I am a writer with BSR. I cold emailed Erlina an article about a year and a half ago, and she was kind enough to say, "We like it, we'll publish it." And since then, I've been writing on and off for these folks. I have cerebral palsy, and although that doesn't change, if you have a body that doesn't work quite correctly, as you get older, it falls apart faster, which means I am now a wheelchair user. And the experience of seeing theater with cerebral palsy being ambulatory and seeing it with a disability is very different. But we can get back to that. That's just a quick intro.
Perfect.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Sure. Yeah. So as Erlina was saying, this is something that we took on as an organization just about 2 years ago now, and I would say it's transformed our coverage, our language, and also our personalities. There were a number of initiatives that we took on kind of all at once, all in tandem with each other around this issue. And it also led to a great deal of education on our parts. And so one of the ways that we took this on was Erlina and I believe at least one other writer, attended a workshop held by Outreach and led by Katie Sampson there about what does universal design mean? What is accessibility, particularly when it comes to physical and cognitive abilities. And this was the sort of resource that I'm sure it existed in Philadelphia and the region and the world before I started looking for it. But once we knew to think about it, it has totally changed my thinking, not just within the work that we do, but also like on a personal level in conversations I have with my parents and other family members about who is accessibility for? Well, it's for everybody, it turns out. And so that's a journey that I've been on. And as I should say, I generally don't identify as somebody with a disability, at least not a chronic one, but I have mobility issues occasionally. I have situational disabilities, when my hands are full, and the education that we've received around this has also changed how BSR thinks about the events that we hold. And what does it mean to be in accessible spaces as a group that's not necessarily producing art, but is still gathering people for the discussion of it. Erlina, do you want to say something about that workshop and about event planning? I know that we've had a lot of back and forths over the years.
Yeah, I also loved that workshop from Katie Sampson. One thing that, and I really love what you pulled out too just now, Neil, is that when we're talking about access and we're talking about disability, there might be this this perspective that we're talking about something that's a niche that only affects some people, but say if you don't have a disability or if you don't use a wheelchair or whatever it is, like this doesn't affect you and you don't have to think about it. And the truth is, and I've done some very cool workshops and trainings. Tanaquil is another one on the scene who has done some really good work around this. Elizabeth Clay is another one. So we're talking about something. Universal design isn't just making sure that we make something accessible for one small slice of people that were previously excluded. It's about something that is better for everyone. And when we're talking also specifically about disability, it's the only broadly marginalized group of folks that anyone can join at any moment. Like it's a given that at any point in any of our lives, we're going to have an experience that gives us some kind of difficulty in accessing some aspect of the world. So we like to bear that in mind. And so and to what Neil's saying about the shifts at BSR kind of coming through these trainings and thinking that we've done in our own experiences, not only how do we cover and reflect the work happening on the scene in a way that follows our mission, but what do we do on our own website, which is like our own house? Like we're a remote team. We don't have a physical building or office. We have a website. We're a media outlet. What do we do on that platform and on our social media to make sure that it is accessible to the largest number of people? And we can talk a little bit more about that too, specifically what we've done. And I want to make sure we get, if Brad wants to weigh in on this, to hear from him.
Sure. I guess I'd like to weigh in on well, first of all, Neil, and this is just a teaching point, it's nothing personal, but to hear you compare a disability to having your hands full is difficult for me to hear. It feels a little marginalizing. I know you didn't intend it that way, but I just wanted to give you that feedback.
Thank you. I was trying to remember the framing of situational versus temporary and so on. So thank you.
No problem. I just needed to say that. If you look at physical accessibility's ease of use, that I should be entitled to the same ease of use at any place that someone without a disability is, no one does this well. I wish they did. Some people are more eager than others. Some people are more attentive than others. But there's no place where in a chair I have the same ease of use getting around in a theater that I do without one.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. Some places you can get into the front of the building, but you can't get down the stairs to the seat. Some places you can't get into the building, but the auditorium is accessible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So no one's doing this act of accessibility very well in terms of ease of use. And that's what I always look for. Erlina asked me to speak to specific spaces. One space, believe it or not, that's very good in terms of their attention is Mars Arboretum. They're almost completely inaccessible to get where you need to go, but they're very good about being there for you and supporting you and listening. So they're just somebody I wanted to lift up as an odd theater space that might be of help, that might be a good model for people. But I mean, I don't want to talk badly about anybody, so I will talk well of them. But this question of accessibility, there's a larger question, which is, in a sense, it's reparations, right? Because if you think about it, folks with disabilities were not in the culture in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. We were in institutions, we were in people's basements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. To say that architects are suddenly now creative and weren't creative in the 30s, if we had been in the culture then, buildings would have been accessible because every architect likes a good challenge, right? So getting into the building can't be enough anymore. being equal while in the building should be. And even, I'll just pick out one thing. I tend to uplift artists who are out of the mainstream because my body puts me out of the mainstream. And one thing I've been working around a lot, and Elena's allowed me to, has been cabaret, because they're also alternative artists. But even those folks, even bearded ladies, when they appeared in a space a year and a half ago, they said it was accessible. I couldn't figure out how. I went around the building 3 times and had to leave. Thank God I wasn't reviewing that. But it's things like that. But I'll pass it back to you guys. I think more. I'm still processing and kind of responding to what you're saying. So let me hand it back.
Oh, real quick, Brad. I heard you make a distinction, and I lost one of the words in my mind. But I think you were making a distinction between spaces and organizations that are attentive and spaces and organizations that are something else. What's the something else?
That see it as another, and it's easy to do this, but you've got enough on your plate, and now there's one more thing you got to deal with that you weren't prepared for, right? Which is a natural human reaction, but not necessarily helpful.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
If you want, I can chat a bit about the things that are happening on our website, which are relevant to what Brad is talking about. When they're saying, you get there and you can't get into the building, and either someone told you that you could or you weren't sure. And this is really tough information to find in a lot of cases, especially with arts institutions. We have a lot of great institutions, theaters and museums, et cetera, on the scene that are doing very cool work around including people in different ways. Some examples would be sensory friendly performances are becoming more common, or something like you go to a museum and they have like a sensory friendly backpack for like folks on the autism spectrum to help them access the space better. Or we have Braille, or we have shows that have ASL interpretation or captioning or audio description, all of these things. And plus that very basic question of who can get in the building as well. Like, is this a show that's up 3 flights of stairs and no one is even thinking about the fact that someone can't access the show if they use some kind of mobility aid, for example. So the problem here too is even when we have these inclusive measures, we're not seeing the communication around them that needs to happen. So you might find yourself on the website of an organization hunting around like, well, who can actually get in the building? Or what are the accommodations for someone who's deaf, for instance? And we want to make Broad Street Review a resource where you don't have to go and like click through 2 or 3 times on a website to find the information you need or make an extra phone call. When we run a review, we want to put right up where we say the title of the show and the director and the link for tickets and all that. We want to put in who it's accessible for and what measures that production or exhibition, whatever it is taking to accommodate all people. And that's a really broad thing in our minds. So when I'm preparing that coverage, things that will go there is something like, does this institution have gender neutral restrooms, for example? Is it ADA compliant? Can someone who uses a wheelchair use the restroom there? Is there a sensory friendly performance? Is there an ASL interpretation on a certain date? Is there an audio description? Is there an assistive listening device? Is it a museum that has signage in English as well as Spanish, for example? There's so many ways. Let's note those things up front in our coverage, because we think that those things shouldn't be just a side note or something that's less important than other things that you need to know about the show. That should be front and center. And we want to make sure that everyone who's reading BSR has access to that information easily, because again, people with disabilities, like one of my favorite advocates on the scene says, Elizabeth Clay, folks with disabilities are not a niche audience. Let's make sure that we're always including them. And then also the secondary piece of that is, how can we use our arts journalism platform to normalize that conversation, to get people ready to expect that information is normal, it's expected, it's good for all of us. And what can we do to step up in our own lives and ask of our institutions and ask of our media outlets, are you including this information? Are these folks important to you? And to just push that forward in a bigger way beyond just us, like a way that could impact our broader community. That's really important.
May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad, I was going to ask you a specific question even about how this interacts with your writing and coverage, in fact.
What interacts? Well, I'm always looking at portrayals of disability in the piece I review, and I'm always trying, as I said, to uplift artists who are marginalized, because I do think a larger part of disability is access to power within the culture, right? And so I always try in my work to focus on people who generally, unless it's someone I love like Sutton Foster, who generally don't have access to the culture, who don't have access to mainstream work, or the playwright is doing something challenging in terms of form or in terms of subject matter, that it's not mainstream. So that's one way that it influences my coverage. But I just want to bring up bathrooms for 1 second, because I never got to drive. I failed my driving test. I do not drive, and I own an electric wheelchair. Even an ADA compliant bathroom requires about 2 3-point turns and really good parallel parking skills, neither of which I have. So understand that ADA, it was a bad law to begin with. I know I fought for it back 30 years ago. What they finally passed, not a very good law. So what came out of that was not as helpful as it could be. For example, a ramp that fits ADA might be exactly as wide as my wheelchair. Yeah, and I have a narrow chair. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even accessible is questionable. That's why I tend to focus on ease of use.
Mm-hmm.
It may be formally accessible, but not practically accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
That's wow. I've never put it together like that, but that's a great point, is that there's different realities out there. And I think that's something that we'll want to work on in our language on our pages.
Yes.
I would like to
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, please.
I want to ride on something that Brad was saying and that they mentioned earlier. When we talk about these issues, we often focus a lot on the physical infrastructure, like what, who can get in the building and what we need to do to change the building so people can get in. And I think one thing that Brad mentioned before, I think, is that it's not. I think when we think about it that way, we can tend to get caught and think like, oh, well, it's too big a problem to solve. We can't change it. Like, it's too expensive to rehab the whole building, so we're just going to keep going the way it is. And the truth also is that this is something that we can do on a human, interpersonal staffing level. Like maybe the space isn't physically as accessible as it could be, but is your staff doing as much as they can to welcome as many people as they can to the space? And I can, like, for my part, when I come to a space on a bad day, say, and I have a huge amount of privilege, I can get in the door, but there's days when I can't stay on my feet and I need someone to say, hey, here's how you can access the performance in this way, which is different from the way most other able-bodied people are able to access it. And if there's someone on the team there, on the staff, that cares about my experience, and it's going to just take that minute to go the extra mile and make sure that I can access that experience, it makes a huge difference. So it's not just a matter of the building, it's a matter of the whole attitude of everyone that you're working with and what they'll do to make someone feel included. That goes a long way.
A project that I want to shout out that happened at PSR about a year ago is we had a wonderful intern named Kelly Brown, who did an incredible job of researching and contacting different physical institutions, but also producing organizations around our coverage region, which is Philadelphia, South Jersey, the Delaware Valley, and the state of Delaware as well. And Kelly put together, as far as we could tell, the most comprehensive list we've ever seen of accessibility options, very broadly defined, around the region. And it's hundreds of entries, and there are gaps where she called an institution and they said, no, I don't know if we have that yet. But there's so much work to be done. And we want to, again, as Erlina was saying, integrate that into how we talk about our spaces, normalize that conversation. And then kind of to Brad's points, think about it, just because they say they have a ramp, is that ramp a usable ramp, or is it something that you have to call ahead for? Is it something that you have to call ahead for, know the size of, and do any number of things? I'm making kind of a cartoon example there, but it's work that we haven't seen elsewhere, and we appreciate everybody else who's bringing this to light. And this is also something that will be ongoing, right? This isn't going to get solved overnight. It's going to take so many people raising their voices in so many spaces, and so we're really dedicated to this, and it's part of what's made me so proud to be at BSR. And then also, Brad, if I can shout you out as well, proud to have these writers as well who are willing to be part of this conversation, use their own experience, use their own voice, and take the focuses that they want editorially. So yeah, we've got just a few more minutes, 5 minutes or so it seems. Yeah, Erlina, Brad, other things we want to touch on?
Erlina,
maybe
go.
Oh yeah, Brad.
No, you first.
I'm thinking another good thing to touch on, at least briefly, is to put this whole conversation about accessibility in context with the pandemic era that we're in.
Thank you.
And I think and Brad is a really good person to have in this conversation too. Like really a great, their work is a great example of some of the things I'm considering as an editor. So here we have a situation where things are starting to open up a little bit more. It's kind of gone back and forth over the past year, but we have some museums that are starting to reopen, and we're starting to consider, like, well, what performances could take place in a distanced way. Back in this past spring, our team at BSR, and including our associate Kyle, made the decision that we were not going to be covering or sending our writers to any events in person. We were going to be covering only outdoor, distance, and or digitally accessible events. And it was a really challenging in one way, because we're getting invitations all the time to gallery owners that are saying, it's safe, we have masks, come back to the gallery. And I'm like, I don't know that. And so we're approaching our coverage saying that, well, it's all distance and it's all digital, even though some things are still open, because this is an accessibility issue for us. We want to cover what is safe and accessible to the largest number of people. And COVID really makes a lot of people think about this who didn't think about it before. We're talking being in a space where there's this deadly illness on the loose. Suddenly, we all have a physical vulnerability that we might never have thought of before. That is a barrier to us being in the space together. We're trying to figure out ways to overcome that barrier. And from my desk, I would say someone like Brad, who may have risks just inherent in getting around the world, and risks inherent in catching this illness that maybe other writers don't have. Everyone is dealing with different risks. I don't want to set up a situation or a team where I'm sending one batch of writers to cover things because they can take it on. And then there's this whole other batch of writers that don't have access to that work just because of their physical situation. I don't want to make that division on our team, especially as long as there's so much incredible work that's happening digitally to cover. Let's really make that an equal opportunity thing for our writers, and then something that is safe as possible for all our viewers. And so that decision was something that just touched, again, like right back to the core of our mission about what is most broadly accessible. Is it, Brad? Is there something you want to jump on?
Yeah, I do. First of all, I want to thank these guys for for hiring me, for bringing me on, because it's harder to get a job with a disability, any job, even a virtual job, even a remote job. So I do want to thank these folks for bringing me on. But I also want to tell you that disability, the ignoring of disability is so deep in the culture that, for example, We See You White American Theater, that title, no one looked at the ableism in that title, conflating sight with knowledge and understanding, right? That's where we are. We're all the way back there where the most radical folks don't see it in the language they use. And so understand that while people are thoughtful and helpful and useful, y'all got a long way to go. And I'm not talking about you two. I'm talking about if you run a theater.
Sure.
Yeah, where people have gotten to is great, but there's a lot left to do.
And we have a lot of learning to do too ourselves. I mean, I'm not setting myself up as someone who's infallible or some kind of expert or someone who will never make a misstep. I have and I will.
Yes.
It's just like whether or not we're open to just be vulnerable to that learning and that effort, and just to keep working on it together is the important thing. Not being the expert, but working on it. And I know we have to wrap up for next time.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Support
thanks so much.
nonprofit arts journalism Philly.
Yes.
Yo, thank y'all so much. That has really, a lot of the conversation is very new to me, I must admit. And I just want to make sure that I heard everything y'all said when y'all was talking about not just the ease of access, but also having the power within the building, of the equalness in the building as well. And yeah, that sentiment really touched me. And I'm grateful for your conversation today, because I know I'm not alone with not knowing enough about this.
Yeah.
So thank y'all.
Yeah. Thanks for the platform for this conversation, and for, go Philly Arts, fund Philly Arts.
Yay, Philly
we love
Arts.
being part of this community.
Well, thank y'all so much,
y'all.
and the great work that y'all doing. Wow, I'm trying to gather myself together. Yeah, I was really moved by that, and I can't front on my emotions right now. I was getting teary-eyed because I was thinking about myself in that moment of just like, what work do I need to do to make sure that I'm not participating in ableism. I'm making sure that the conversations I'm having are accessible, and real. Just like making sure that my art as a poet is accessible in a very real way. So with that being said, I'm really grateful that today that we're amplifying voices, we're educating folks. And not only that, we're also talking about, the education and entertainment of the arts that is very much needed in our culture. And we're going to continue that conversation with Sylvia from the Cardell Dance Studio. Did I say that correctly? Oh, I can't hear you because you're muted. Yeah. And this is why I'm glad
Silvana Cardell from Cardell Dance Theater.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for correcting me. I appreciate you holding me accountable and correct me each time. I'm glad that you're here for this conversation, and I look forward to hearing it because everything has been moving me, and I know that has activated a lot of folks today. So thank you so much for being present.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting.
Hello, how are you, Silvana?
Hello, Gabby. How are you? Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. We have Asaki here with us as well to just engage in conversation and be of support. Silvana created a beautiful PowerPoint, but we're trying to troubleshoot that. So in the midst of that, we're going to have a conversation and really get to know this amazing artist who's doing some great work with dance. So I would love to hear a little bit about who you are.
Okay, well, my name is Silvana Cardell. I was born in Argentina, but I'm a Philadelphia at heart, a Philadelphian. I came to the United States in the 90s to go to University of the Arts, and I went back home when I finished my school. Then I came back with a fellowship at Temple University in 2002. And I stayed. One thing, over the other, thinking of coming here for 3 years for this fellowship. And then I'm still here 20 something years later. So I came with my family. My two children were 6 and 9, and I was doing my master's degree. And I work with local dance companies at the moment, and I work with University of the Arts and Temple University. And in 2009, I was appointed director of a dance program in New Jersey, in Lakewood, New Jersey. But I love Philadelphia. I did not want to leave Philadelphia, so I commute to my job. There's an hour and a half to New Jersey. I love my program and I love Philadelphia, so I couldn't give up one place or the other. So here I am. And I am the director of Cardell Dance Theater, which I founded in Buenos Aires in the late 90s when I came back from the United States. And I was there for 10 years. And then when I moved here, I had this pause when I was in my master's degree. And then I finally decided to relocate the company as Cardell Dance Theater. It was called Cardell Danza Teatro, which is what I do. It's a dance and theater. So my work is socially engaged, and I'm interested in current themes. I am interested in oppressed voices. I'm a Latinx woman raising a family and living as an immigrant in another country, which I have adopted, and I'm a citizen, but I'm still from the immigrant diaspora. And I address contemporary themes like immigration is a big part of my work, how people adapt to new situations and new places. And I think that is also part of everybody's lives. Everybody has to adapt to something to survive. So in the immigrant case, the adaptation is higher and bigger and brighter, or darker, depends on the place that you are. So I wanted to highlight these lives. So in 2015, I received a Pew Center for the Arts grant to create Supper People on the Move. And then the piece was, we performed it in Philadelphia, the Icebox, and that piece was moving then to other, we moved the piece around the country and even abroad. We went to Santo Domingo and performed at Palacio de las Bellas Artes. We performed in Boston, in North Carolina, La Mama in New York. So we've been touring this piece. Drexel University was our last performance in 2019. And then I've been invested also in a process of creating a piece that's called Disposable Bodies, that is about anthropocentrism and how our gaze is on the exploitation of others. And I use as an example the exploitation of farm animals as part of the way that we disregard the lives of others. And I compare it to gun violence. So this is a work in progress. I've been exploring different possibilities because the images are really dark, and I'm trying to create a performance that integrates all these themes. So my neighborhood is the Art Museum area. And in 2019, after years of working with the landlords and looking, saving to open a place, to have my own place to rehearse, and then offering that space, a studio space for other artists to create too, theater. My own daughter is also a painter, so she's working in the space too, creating work. So I opened a studio space in the Art Museum area. It's Cardell Dance Studio. It's a beautiful space that is very inviting to create. We have been doing some showings, but we opened in November 2019. By March 2015, I had to close it. I didn't close the space. I have the space still. It's been very hard to keep it all these years, all these months, the year. It's unbelievable that it's a year already. But I hold on to the space because I think this is going to pass and we need a place to create. And I think it's very important to fund the arts in Philadelphia and then to keep the artists alive, like, do we want artists in Philadelphia or not? So that's why I think this funding needs to keep flowing to help us create and do our work. Because their work is not just opening conversations with others in the community, but it's also to teach children to appreciate arts. It's also to bring arts to the communities where you live. That's why I want to open the studio, because I open the house for the neighbors. They come and watch what we're doing. Unfortunately, my PowerPoint has all the pictures of the neighbors watching video projections on the walls or small showings. And we did this it was November, January, February, and 15 days of March. I had to cancel a lot of activities that were programmed. That's me. That's what I do. And I want to do more. I was hearing about this conversation about inclusion, and we need to include everybody in the conversation. So how to create spaces that everybody can approach, and is not inclusive of people with disabilities should be able to go everywhere and feel safe and feel supported too. So, I'm working on seeing how the studio's in the first floor. So I was about to start all that process to see how to make it available for people in wheelchairs or any other disabilities.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing who you are. I wrote some notes down. First, I have to acknowledge Temple. Woo, woo. I always have mixed emotions about that, but it's always nice to find my fellow owls out there, or folks who are affiliated and connected to the university. There were so many things that you talked about, and I'm sure also Asaki may have some questions, but so many of the things that you talked about was so wonderful. It was great to hear that you got a Pew Grant. That is super hard. So shout out to you. I know how hard that process is. And so shout out to that. I heard the disposable bodies. I am so interested in that, especially when you talked about the disregard of life when it comes to animals and gun violence, right? And so I look forward to seeing how that, blossoms and how that piece continues to grow. And so that's really powerful. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, you talked about traveling. I forget the piece you mentioned, but
Sapper People on the Move.
Can you say that one more time?
Sapper People on the Move.
Yes, and you toured it all over internationally, even at Santo Domingo. And I'm just like, first of all, can I have a coffee date with you? Because I would really love for us to get to know each other more. And it's such an inspiration to, in some ways, I'm like, this is the first time I'm meeting you. And we have so many cross connections and values. And when you're talking about having a space open for the community and all these things and just your experience, I think I personally could learn so much from you, someone who's been here doing the work for 20 years. And that was really cool to know that you had traveled all over. And so my question was, what is one of your favorite memories from traveling?
Actually, Santo Domingo was the best audience I ever had in my life. People hugged us, cried, told us their stories. It was amazing. The wonderful people. And talking about diverse audiences, that was a diverse audience, and everybody that came there, there was people that they never seen a piece like this, and also one of my favorite memories when we work with a group of immigrants. The piece had an exhibition. Not only had there was an exhibition about the piece. So you walk into an exhibition of immigrant stories, and we have only immigrants from Philadelphia the moment that we premiere the piece. So the stories, when the people that told us the stories, some never been in a performance before, never went to the theater. So they will come the first day, and then they will ask me if they could come back the next day with family members. So I will say, well, okay, and it was a very limited space because the piece could seat only 100 people in the round. And then when they asked me about the family members and how many tickets you want, they want 16 to bring the whole family because they were their stories that was dance. So their stories crossing the border in Mexico, or their stories about, they're leaving their grandmother behind. So their stories about the wall and trying to like hold hands with parents or grandparents. So they saw their stories in the piece, and they will come back with children and grandparents. That was amazing.
Oh, like Savannah, I am an immigrant and granddaughter of an immigrant myself. So I have so much respect for you and your work, and I have so much connection. Like, can I jump onto the coffee date with you too? I'm super excited to see your work. Hopefully in person soon. The one question and like a little bit of a comment that I had is like, what makes you love Philly? Because I came to Philly as a college student, and like you did, just happened to stay here because I fell in love with the creative, artistic scene in the city. It is a tough city to live. There's something about Philadelphia that makes you fall in love and don't want to leave. Just like, fine, I'll deal with you because I love you so much.
Same. It's strange, because I'm from Buenos Aires. That is a big city like New York. So what did I like so much? I love it from the very beginning. I think I love my independence. I was a kid, going to school. And I don't know, like Philadelphia is manageable. It's not like Buenos Aires or like New York that you take, it takes like 45 minutes to get anywhere. I love that I could just walk places, and things were happening. And at that moment, I was going to the University of the Arts in Center City, and I was performing with Group Motion Dance Company in South Street, 4th and South. And I love South Street. So I don't know, like I fell in love, these things that you fell in love. When I became a citizen, the officer that did my application asked me to talk on behalf of the immigrants. And then I was the keynote speaker for the ceremony. And it was like amazing how they were telling me, well, becoming a citizen is like reborn. And I was like, no, it's like getting married because you choose. They keep telling me how that experience was. I'm saying, no, it's getting married because you choose what, when you were born, you don't choose. But, when you create a family with somebody, you choose that person to establish your life. So I feel that that's closer to the immigrant. It's a decision. Some people decide out of like desperation. Some people decide out of need, or some like me out of love, because I could go back to Buenos Aires right now, or I could have gone before. Buenos Aires is difficult. Argentina is a very difficult politically and financially, and I'm glad in a way that I'm here, but I have options. Other people, what I learned through this work, many people do not have options. So they're pushed out of their countries and they have to find a way somewhere else. And it's a very difficult and painful process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always
So,
say no matter how
papers,
smooth.
yeah, sure.
You finish your thought.
No, yeah, I finished. I speak a lot. I'm Argentinian. I speak over people. So
it's okay. No, I was just saying that no matter how smooth your immigration experience is, it's always traumatizing because you feel like you're dividing your body into two locations because you have your family and friends back in home, and you make your family and friends in this country, in this city. It's tough, but I love what you said. This is a decision. And I mean, you can go anywhere. We can go anywhere. And luckily I'm from around Tokyo, and Japan is a wealthy country. fairly well ran, blah, blah, blah. I can go back there, but I choose to be here. I am making choice every day to stay here. And like I said, there is something about this city that's just keeping you here. Dang it.
Yeah. I learned through the research to create this piece that a large proportion of the small businesses, small restaurants and small businesses, different kinds, are run by immigrants in Philadelphia. So a lot of people choose to be here. And I think it makes the city, the diversity and the dynamic of the city more interesting. So, and that goes for the arts. I think the arts brings vibrancy to neighborhood and places. My neighbors, when they knew that I was opening a studio in 17 and it's a Fairmont between 17 and 18, they were thrilled that they will have art. There are restaurants, there's like different cafes, but there was no art. So like having some art, there's beautiful yoga studio, but we are making art. They can come for a conversation that is different to my studio. Like it's not just to exercise or for wellness only. It's also to reflect on our lives and who we are, and to like bring dance classes to the children that are not competitive, like they're for enhancement, not for competition between them. So, I teach in college programs, and I know firsthand the harm that is done to these young women competing among themselves, to be the highest, the fastest, the whatever dance competition brings. While, this is about your heart, about your soul, not just about your body.
So some exciting news. We have the PowerPoint available now. So we're gonna shift on into that.
Okay. Let me explain. If I can speak over, that will be great. Because some of it, I just want to have a land acknowledgement. I just wanted to mention all the people that work with me. These are not all of them, but most of them. So it's like over 50 people have worked with me over these years. And my collaborators, instructors, so there's some pages that are like just list of grants. So just go ahead, like move it, and then I'll comment on it. I don't see it. Is it going on? Let me see. Is in the speaker view? I don't know. I don't see it yet working.
If you put in the gallery view, I'm seeing it. Right now, we are seeing Vertex, a turning point at the Annenberg Center.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the, but I don't see it, and I don't know what the audience is watching.
Okay.
You have it in gallery view, so okay, but so this is but the PowerPoint starts before. It's not at the beginning. It's like 2 or 3 before. So that's Cardeldan Theater, and that's an image from Supper People on the Move. I wanted to also have a land acknowledgement. We're sitting on Lenape people land. And I think it's important to acknowledge that that's where most of us live and work, and where Cardeldan Theater is working right now. You can move it. That's the places where Cardeldan Theater have performed. As you see, is most of the Philadelphia venues, and also where the piece have toured in Massachusetts, Georgia Tech, the First Center, the Black Mountain Art Museum, Museum and Art Center, which for me was an iconic place I wanted to perform because Merce Cunningham performed there every summer. And then also La Mama, very iconic place for me. So it was very important to have my first full evening show in New York. Then my work has received different grants, and among them, one of the Pew Center and Heritage Performance Grant. Then I got also New England for Foundation NDP, which is what allowed me to tour all these places. And then a Mid-Atlantic Foundation for the Arts. And of course, the Philadelphia Cultural Fund that I hope we keep getting that funding, because even if it's a small fund, it really helps. For me, makes a big difference in a small company like mine. So you can go on. The next, I think, is just images of different works where I explore different themes. So that's Vertex, and that was about my personal experience with laws and politics. And it starts the journey about immigration, like everything was upside down. So I use a space, the floor like a wall and the wall as a floor. It was a very, like I use gravity as an unsettling relationship. Same with this, like broken glass, broken dreams. So you can keep going. This is another piece. And so I usually make a piece and then I move it to different places. So this was performed in different locations. That's William Robinson and Olive Prince. This is Bethany Formica and I. This piece is called Double Vision, and it was a duet about my personal journey through breast cancer. This is Solas, also about, women's struggles, another of my pieces, my happy pieces. This is Ciudad Evita. This was also a piece that I created on, related to Evita's body, that was like, she struggled a lot with, also with cancer. And so I created a whole duet about, waking up the body, don't let the body take you all the way. And this is a strange piece because I created this in 2016 with a friend of mine in Buenos Aires when there was no pandemic, but they were performing in Buenos Aires live, and I was performing at the CC Live, and it was about memory. This is Supper People on the Move, that the fabulous William Robinson dancing in the middle, and Bethany Formica and Leanne Grieger, performers that have been performing with me since 2009. This is a video if you want to watch it. I don't know if it's ready to, if it will stream or not. This is a sample, a small sample of Supper People on the Move. So that's the exhibition. That's the people on the round. I don't know if you can hear the sound. I cannot. The sound, I think the sound is muted on your end. I don't know.
I think the audience can hear it.
Oh, the audience can hear. Okay, good. So the audience goes through a checkout point where they get asked for documentation to get into the piece, like some kind of ID to mimic the immigration experience. There were, at the moment, there was all this happening with ICE at the border. They were separating women and men. So I separated the audience too. The piece went through 5 years, so there was a lot of different regulations and things and policies that were changing around this. And the piece started with a big table, like a big farewell, that's what's called supper, and people on the move because they are on the move. It was a multi-generational piece with performers of different ages. And my company is diverse, like includes Latinx, Black performers. Like I try to include as many voices as possible. That's another image of the same piece. This was at the, I'm showing now different places where the piece was photographed. So this is in the ice box. And this is a scene about papers, the importance of papers in the life of immigrants. You can skip that movie if we don't have time. It's another movie of the ending, but we can shift it to another one.
Yes, I think we have to move on
Yeah,
to the next
sure.
guest, unfortunately. Thank
Of
you
course.
so much. It's been a wonderful, wonderful conversation. And oh my God, the images are stunning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So that's in Boston, like there's different places. Well, thank you very much for having me and for listening to my story. I hope Philadelphia keeps or funds the arts and they do not defund the arts, please. You know, the question to ask is like if they want us here or not.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for everything you do.
Thank you, Silvana.
Yeah, that question seems really simple, but it is a strong statement about like, do you want us here or not? And I think about the pandemic and the thing that has allowing all our hearts to work during this crisis is art. You know, us, you know, engaging with it in ways that we haven't thought about before, and creators like yourself finding new ways to engage the audience when we can't be in person. So we do want y'all. We just need to make sure that we make sure that these government officials act on the front end to keep y'all here and keep y'all alive and keep y'all thriving. So thank you so much for the conversation today. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We are here. If you're just tuning in, you find yourself on your lunch break, this is the Digital Rally for Arts, where we're commanding not just to be seen or heard, but government officials to act on the budget, to put more money in the budget so the arts can live, thrive, amplify, entertain, and educate more voices, because it's crucial in this time. And we're going to move forward with our conversation with the Almanac Dance Circus Theater that's going to talk about their current projects and how Philly art funding matters. So with no further ado, I'm going to welcome these folks on the stage. We got Ben, who I just seen turn their camera on, May, and Mia. I hope I said all your names correctly. Yes. Oh, great. I did it on my first try. Oh, look at me. I wish you had air horn. We are here. We have arrived. I'm so excited to hear the conversation y'all have and hear what y'all are doing. And thank y'all so much. I want to know, well, I'm course y'all going to talk about it, but I don't want to lead in conversation. But I do have some curious thoughts that I'm going to say to the end. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lindo. Thank you, everyone. James, Asaki, everyone who is hosting this, Power Street. It's such an honor to be able to be here alongside all of Philly's artists to, just advocate for the funding that we so desperately need and have appreciated in the past and need to continue getting in Philadelphia, hopefully even more than before. We're Almanac Dance Circus Theater. We're some of Almanac's company members and associate artists. And we wanted to go around and introduce ourselves individually and talk a little bit about why this arts funding matters to us individually. So since I just started talking, I'll just keep talking. My name is Ben. I use he, him pronouns. And I co-founded Almanac back in 2013 with a couple of collaborators. And since then, we've grown to be a company that has 6 full-time company members and like 12 associate artists and like company members, emeritus, like ensemble-based, project-based company members. And we've been able to make, I think, 12 full-length works and tour to 12 states, to Edinburgh, to Mexico, to Canada, all using Philadelphia as our home base. And while keeping a real focus on serving communities and audiences in Philadelphia. And for us, starting out, trying to build a kind of idealized version of what a collective arts company could be, the funding from the Philadelphia Cultural Fund in particular was so crucial to our being able to have stability and a sense just from the city and from our government that what we were doing was valuable. And so reinstating cultural fund funding and hopefully growing the city's budget allocation for the arts feels like it's such an important and crucial thing to do based on my own experience, and I'm sure based on, I hope, the experiences of all of the audiences and communities that we've been able to serve through our works and through our community programming. So yeah, super excited to be here today to talk about all of that and to get to share a little bit of what we do, and hopefully to help advocate for the budget increase. So I'll popcorn over to May.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ben. Yes, I'm May West. I'm an artist here in Philadelphia. I'm an associate artist with Almanac. And I also do a lot of independent work. And I suppose the primary reason I'm here today is, as we've seen, especially over the past year, it's truly the age of art for social change. Audiences are increasingly opening themselves to and directing their focus towards liberatory art and work with liberatory missions. And therefore, I believe that this mission is greater than just simply funding the entertainment that we are all craving so much, especially as we are all isolated. And truly, by funding arts and culture, we are not only funding all of the sectors that focus their work towards providing entertainment for people these days, but it's more about providing platforms for those of us who have for so long had their voices stripped, for the most marginalized among us, and for those communities who, without these platforms and this funding, would not be able to spread the messages that are so desperately needed nowadays. Yeah, so that's why I'm here, and I'd like to pass it off to Mia.
Thanks, May. Thank you, Ben. Yes, my name is Mia Rocchio. I am a company member with Almanac. I've been with Almanac for 2 years now, first as an associate artist and then as a company member. And yeah, I want to thank everyone for having us on today and for getting this opportunity to share about us as a company and also us inside of this larger microcosm that is Philadelphia and the Philadelphia arts community. And I think I'm echoing a lot of what both Ben and May said, but to receive funding is not just to be able to produce what we make. Of course, that's a part of it, and we want that, but it's to be able to have a voice and be able to contribute to this larger conversation that May is talking about. And really we're asking Philadelphia and our larger societies around us in this country to view art as not simply entertainment, not simply amusement, but rather as something that can contribute to a larger cultural influence and something that gets us to ask ourselves questions, gets us to ask each other questions, something that provokes and of course has entertainment value, but something larger that is expanding both mind and body. And in Almanac, that connection is especially vital to the work that we do. It's based in physicality, it's based in the emotional fabric that exists between us as humans, and getting the opportunity to explore that and getting paid for that means that we have the opportunity to ask those around us to dive into that connective fabric that makes us human and makes us a part of something bigger.
Absolutely. So James, I was wondering if I can try to share my screen, or if we wanted to play a couple of videos, but if that's not possible, it's okay. Okay, sweet. That would be awesome. So I'll send you these links right now. Oops, sorry. Yeah, cool. So sorry, we're doing this on the fly. My fault for not getting you that stuff in advance. But yeah, so we wanted to just go over a little bit of Almanac's past history before we get into some of our current projects. May or Mia, are you able to, so we had the real pleasure of working with Vanessa Obuehi, who is an arts consultant here in Philadelphia and a marketing and sort of brand identity consultant. And Vanessa's amazing, is another artist, a freelance graphic designer, but also actor and director and creator of work. And so we were able to work with Vanessa to sort of revamp our brand and our mission statement recently, which I think is just a great example of how, you know, they always say it, like the arts create so much more economic activity. But we, as a tiny arts company, we really spend every dollar we have, like, as carefully as we possibly can. And those dollars go to support so many people in our communities, other artists and other people who work in sectors that are adjacent to the arts. So yeah, if Mia or May, are you able to read that mission statement, the new one?
I can probably make that happen. Let me bring that up.
And James, as this is happening, if that first video that I sent you, whenever you're able to play that, we're totally ready. Awesome.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much, James.
Thank you so much, James.
Awesome. Great. So our mission statement, as we get a little bit of our work being shown here, let's start with the question, what is Almanac? What are we? Almanac is a movement-based performance arts ensemble fusing acrobatics, storytelling, dance, and physicality. We produce original, award-winning, audience-inspiring works of genre-defying heart while providing world-class training to local and non-local artists. Almanac creates evening-length performances, site-specific work, and immersive experiences, and provides educational workshops, programming, and community youth outreach. In all of our services, we strive for originality and the highest possible quality. And then our new, not our new mission, this has always been a part of our work, but the way that Vanessa has helped coach us towards presenting it to the world is pushing towards a new kind of circus. So we're really redefining circus and presenting it in a new way. We connect people across borders and stack bodies on top of ideas. We attack seriousness with sincere ridiculousness and closed doors with open gates. We believe that the artful sharing of stories and the creation of original work through our unique method of ensemble creation is a service to humanity. Together we create thrill and heartbreak from where we are and where we want to go. Our work is light and generous, sincere and direct, dynamic and poetic. We are more concerned with meaning and transmission than we are with pretty, perfect perfections. And then how do we do what we do? We're rigorous in our approach to learning new technical skills across genres, and we are committed to deep investigations of our chosen themes or ideas. Almanac expects our company members to bring positivity, participation, and openness to every act of creation. We make a home for everyone's ideas and a place for imagination. As a company, we encourage balance, self-care, flexibility in our practices. We acknowledge that hard work and wellness are continuous and forever linked. Almanac is theater that displays the human cost. We make things that are surprising, hiding in the uncanny valley between human and the superhuman. We work hard, fly high, and take risks. And then there are 3 core values that I'd love to share that are part of this new mission statement, or again, reimagined, reborn mission statement. Those 3 are: in order to achieve our goals and stay true to our fundamental beliefs, we acknowledge and follow these values. Devotion to Almanac contains 3 facets. Generosity is giving all you have to a project and providing opportunity to others. Rigor is hard work. We push our physical boundaries and we are hungry to learn. And freedom is lightness. When we achieve a high level of mastery over our movement, our structure, or our craft, we are free to play, explore within our disciplines, and become conduits for emotive content.
Thank you for reading that, Mia. I feel like what I love about that is, like, it's been a little while since I've heard it, but as you were reading, I was like, oh, yep. Yeah, like that, that still feels true. And that's really great. So I think, you know, as an example of that, one of the projects that we have going on right now that we wanted to talk about a little bit is a project that we do almost annually, basically annually, which is called The Fleecing, which is a crazy, wild, audience immersive performance art bacchanalia is what we've called it in the past. And this is such a great project because I think it gets at so many of those themes and values that you were just talking about, Mia, because it allows us to work with so many different artists from so many different disciplines and to really give them an opportunity to play within their discipline and explore and do things in a slightly new context. In the past, this has happened immersively in person, but this year, of course, we're doing it immersively in a digital way, over digital platforms. So yeah, there is a little video that we wanted to play. If we could cue that up now, and then maybe May and Mia, you can talk a little bit more about The Fleecing. There are 2 more performances of this work, Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Tickets are available on our website, and there are tickets ranging from $10 to $50, depending upon how much you can contribute to support the arts. But as always with all of our shows, no one is turned away for lack of funds. So if you want to come see this crazy world, just let us know and we'll get you in. So yeah, whenever the video is ready, we can listen to and see that.
You're interested in the flocks of the Order of Mammon. Consider the mystics, elusive, elite, and divinatory, whose history is almost as long as the Order's itself.
We deserve to live and not be sheared. It's because we, the mystics, are the bringers of truth and of destiny.
Discipline. Vote for the mystics.
Vote for the mystics! Perhaps the ethereal and fickle daemons, who brim with power just as they laugh at death.
Help me get to my brother. Help me.
Sure, maybe do we use some unearthly powers to make things happen in our favor?
The shunned and forgotten freaks, who, in eschewing power, may be more worthy of it.
The freaks? They don't need money.
Come join. If you like instant transformation.
transportation.
Last, the evangelicals, certain in their faith, who swear they know the bumblefish intimately.
Now you see, our flock is different. We're not like these other frauds you might see here tonight.
I don't need to guess if the bumblefish is on our side because he told me.
Evangelicals are the way to find the truth.
Which flock are you in? That's between you and the bumblefish.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that for us, James. So yes, that is a sneak preview of a part of this year's digital version of The Fleecing. What you all just saw is a little peek at this year's kind of remix of The Fleecing. In past years, the general concept of The Fleecing is that we are all a part of a cult called the Order of Mammon, who worship a deity called the bumblefish. It's very campy, very silly, a lot of fun. And as we said, we have a ton of amazing artists just putting out their best work for this year, this time over digital space. And what makes this year different is that the bumblefish is now tired of jumping from host to host as they usually do every year in The Fleecing. This year, we have 4 flocks competing to continue on the order. So high stakes, it is all or nothing. All of the flocks are competing to either survive and carry on this order, this cult, or perish tragically. And so what you just saw are the 4 flocks of the Order of Mammon. We have the Freaks, of which Mia is a part of, the Evangelicals, of which Ben and I will be performing for, and then we also have the Mystics and the Daemons. So there's a ton of play that can happen there. We also have the amazing Cirque du Nuit that we're working with this year, and performers from their company, so amazing, working as the adjudicant and abacus bearer, which are 2 of the kind of shepherding characters, as we call them, throughout the night that can take you through the show. Something that we also wanted to make sure that we find this year in The Fleecing as we're traversing digital space is to make it as accessible as possible for people. So this year's Fleecing, what I really enjoy about it is that it can be as immersive and engaging and tricky, and you can follow all of these underground tunnels and storylines and really make it your own and play it more as an RPG if you'd like, or if you're the kind of person that just wants to sit back, relax, have a drink, watch the show, then we also have a pathway for you to enjoy this work. So yeah, that's this year's Fleecing. Super fun, super immersive, and hopefully accessible to everyone who wants to enjoy it. So again, you can check out thealmanac.us for tickets, and we're running it again this Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to jump in about accessibility super fast. I think it's accessible to a lot of different kinds of people. And also we were working to try to get captioning to work for the piece, and it's not working the way we expected it to. And so it is not accessible to people who have hearing, problems, or, are not able to hear as much. It's still a very visual show, but there is a lot of spoken language that would be lost. And we do feel bad about that and wanted to just, acknowledge that when we talk about accessibility. But yeah, so that's The Fleecing. And then Mia, do you want to transition us over to talk about $7 Girl?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yes, so The Fleecing is an annual production that Almanac does. We have several annual events like that. Another one is the sewing in the spring. So that's some of our regular annual programming. And then we also produce most of the time, when we can, we produce a main stage show. That wasn't possible this year for extenuating circumstances that you all are very well aware of. So we're recalibrating and attempting to do that in the near future. But another one of our projects is our Incubate program. So the Almanac Incubate program is a program that allows artists from the community and or associate artists or artists that, were that we've collaborated with, that we have a relationship with, to be incubated inside of the Almanac container and develop work that they're passionate about. So the current Incubate project that's being developed is a piece called $7 Girl. And I, as a company member, am directing this piece, and it is an autobiographical solo show featuring Mae West. So it is Mae's story that we are dramatizing and creating into a full-length solo production. In November, we were very fortunate to receive a residency from the Moss Building in Fishtown. So we spent the month, there's 3 of us working on the project. We have our incredible sound designer and producer, and also fellow maker of the show. The 3 of us work on it as a collaboration, Emma Luce. So it is myself, Emma, and Mae. So we took all the precautions necessary, quarantined, got tested for the month of November, and we were able to spend that month as the very lucky few artists in the world in November of 2020 who were fortunate enough to be able to make something together. So we spent that time very concentrated working on the production, and we were able to, from that, create a little promo video that I believe we have to share today. Mae, anything else you want to share about the show or about your experience of it?
Sure. So yeah, as Mia said, this is an autobiographical piece. It is multidisciplinary. It spans theater, acrobatics, pole, lots of storytelling, poetry. And this piece is inspired by my time as a sex worker. I've been working in the sex industry for 7 years this month. This is my 7th anniversary, so I suppose this is relevant to the piece. And this piece for me especially is extremely focused on not only the performance value, but specifically the political value of a piece like this. And really trying to amplify what we're facing in this industry, similar to many of the issues that we're facing in the arts and culture industry as well right now. There are issues that overlap. And then beyond that, there are many issues that the public, as we say, civilians, typically don't get exposed to on a day-to-day basis. There are many misconceptions around this industry and what it takes to be a part of it, what it takes to exit it, and how we would like to move forward as workers as a part of a criminalized industry. And so that for me is truly the heart of this work. And I'd love to share with you all this little teaser clip.
Hey.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Mae. And thank you. I know we have just 2 minutes left, so I just wanted to close out. Thank you to everyone who's putting this event together, and to James for doing all of the tech, and to Asaki and Lindo for hosting, and all the other artists for, sharing your great work in this space. Yeah, we're just funding for the arts is super crucial for so many reasons that hopefully you've gotten a glimpse of here today. The one thing that we didn't quite get to talk about was just the amount of community outreach that funding from the city also allows us to do. This year, we were also super lucky to be able to work with the city and the YMCA of Greater Philadelphia to be able to go first out to some play streets and then into some rec centers in order to provide programming for students and young people where, during the pandemic, they weren't able to be in school and they also weren't able to be at home with parents who were working. And so we were able to go and offer some experiences and learn from those young people, play with them, and share a little bit of our acrobatic performances and educational programming with them. And all of that would not be possible without the city allocating funding for the arts. And we had so many incredible, moving and meaningful times working with those young people this summer and fall. And so we're optimistic that those experiences can continue with increased funding from the city for the arts, for us and all the other arts groups. So thank you so much, everybody, and best of luck with the rest of the rally.
Oh. All right, cool. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. I feel like I got a nice rhythm here, and I've been feeling really inspired by hearing how the money that goes into the arts and culture really has impacted folks, and we need to just keep that funding as well as add more dollars to it. And I didn't get to do this earlier, and I hope James doesn't get too mad, but I want to play some air horns because I felt so excited earlier when I got everybody's names right as a host that I wanted to celebrate a little bit, and I hope I could do it again. So I'm going to play some air horns. It's all right, cool. James gave me the okay, so it's okay. We are here! Oh, that provided me so much joy. I don't know where y'all are at in y'all life, but I hope everybody y'all joy too. I don't know why air horns does that to me. All right, cool. So moving on with our conversation to amplify, educate, and entertain folks, and really strike the purpose and need to make sure that funding for the art is crucial in Philadelphia, and how we need more funding, and we demand the release of the budget so we can figure out what's going on for real. We're gonna move on with a conversation from Philadelphia Asian performing artists, Asian Americans in the performance art. The goal is to provide consistent, focused training with workshops and mentorships for our members and empower and retain Asian American performing artists in Philadelphia. So I know they have a lot to say because they've been doing great work. And I want to welcome them to the conversation. I don't know, am I too hyped? That's cool. But can I do air horns again? Can y'all give me the approval to do air horns again? Yes. All right, with no further ado, I welcome the Philadelphia Asian performing artists in Philadelphia. Yo, thank y'all so much. Yo, that provided me so much joy. I love y'all. I'm sorry, I just met y'all and I just gave y'all so much right there. I hope y'all able to receive it or not. We just met, so I don't expect y'all to say I love y'all back. So it's cool, it's fine. I love the arts. We all can agree on that, right? So, big hearts to the arts. Oh, I did something there. Big hearts to the arts. Yes. All right, cool. Let me stop talking.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. We are PAPA, Philadelphia Asian Performing Artists. My name's Liana, she, her, hers, and I am chilling.
Hi, I'm Chris. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm the associate producer. I'll pass it up to Cinder.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cinder Cuss. My pronouns are they and them. I am a theater artist in Philadelphia, and I'm on PAPA's organizing committee, which we'll learn about more later.
So just to give you a brief rundown of what PAPA is, PAPA stands for Philadelphia Asian Performing Artists. We use that title pretty nebulously. We welcome anyone who identifies as Asian, as a performing artist of any kind, and we also support artists by holding social events, by creating performance opportunities. We have a couple of residencies, like our micro residencies for our performing artists, as well as we have a playwriting cohort. We also have a couple different committees. Let me pass it off right now to Liana so she can explain how to join up with us.
Yes, I am part of the outreach and community side of PAPA, so you'll see me on Instagram and Facebook, so always check us out on there. We love and invite any person in the Philadelphia area who identifies as Asian American, and like Chris said, that we are trying to encompass all artists, and you know, and the nebulous of performing is nebulous. And so, yes, we have a member form on our website at Philly Asian Artists, and we are always here. I'll drop the link in the chat once I'm done rambling, and we always invite more people to join our peeps. Yes.
Now, Cinder, if you want to tell us a little bit about organizing committee and why we're here at this rally.
Sure. So we're a group of artists, but we're also a group of Asian Americans, and we've all experienced some amount of marginalization in our lives. And so when the George Floyd protests were kicking off last year, there was a group of us within PAPA that just decided we need to have a presence. And so we just started going to marches and rallies together, and those conversations turned into this recognition that if we're going to expand the arts for us, for other oppressed and marginalized communities in this country, we need to organize. We need to be out there. We need to be talking to people. We need to be advocating for ourselves, pushing for legislation, pushing against yellow face and blackface and brown face and appropriation in the arts as well. And so that's our organizing committee, just kind of like the political aspect of creating art for marginalized artists and communities. And so today we'll be watching a few short pieces that respond to the question: if you had the funding that the arts deserve, what kind of art would you make? And then in the second half of our program, I'll be leading a short workshop on how to tell your story as an artist to move other people to take this kind of political action.
That was awesome. If you want to kick us off with the performing things that we're sharing, Cinder, I'm cool that you have a speech to share.
Yes. So to kick us off, I have a short excerpt from a speech from Yuri Kochiyama, who is a famous Asian American activist and close friend of Malcolm X. This is a speech he delivered to Asian American students in 1995. This is the end of it. Consciousness raising is power. The Black Panthers did it, the Young Lords did it, the American Indian movement did it, the white anti-imperialists did it, and so did all the Asian groups. Whether it was Yi Wo-kyun in New York's Chinatown, the Asian American Political Alliance at Columbia University, the AAA in New York Midtown, the Red Guards in San Francisco, the Vietnamese Students for National Liberation, or Korean activists. Consciousness raising accomplished many things in the past. It helped Asians and Asian Pacific Americans learn about themselves, their history and culture, the life of their foreparents in America, their difficulties and how they cope with them. They learned of the racism their foreparents experienced, also how Asian mothers and fathers worked long hours in the laundries, garment factories and restaurants on the West Coast, in fish canneries and vegetable farms, lumber yards and produce markets, on pineapple and sugar plantations in Hawaii, gardening in California, or domestic work in New York. The students of the 60s and 70s came to realize how they got into colleges and universities through the sacrifice and often back-breaking labor of their parents. Remember that consciousness is power. Consciousness is education and knowledge. Consciousness is becoming aware. Consciousness raising is pertinent for power, and to be sure that power will not be abusively used, but used for building trust and goodwill domestically and internationally. Tomorrow's world is yours to build. And so, we believe as artists that part of our job is to raise consciousness, is consciousness raising, and we can develop people power through the arts to create a just world. So we are going to first be watching a monologue written by Joseph Ahmed and performed by an actor in Papa, Minu. And I actually met Joe and Minu last year because they both were part of this small and now bigger group of Asian activists. And aside from being dedicated activists, they're both wonderful and wonderfully imaginative and fun theater artists. So I'm very happy to present Joseph and Minu.
Just hold on one second. It really is a great piece. If you don't mind, can we just talk about some of the other pieces that we have upcoming? Well, we resolve some other issues.
Yes, we also have performances by Chantel, Lexi, and Shaylee, and we'll talk a little bit more about them as Papa members and as wider artists in Philadelphia. They span acting and dancing as their professions and other performance kind of styles, but as Papa has other members, we also include playwrights and musicians, and we also have like a film person, which is really cool since we're kind of living in this digital-ish age of theater. And Joe is actually one of our mini residents. Joe did a feature performance called Half Magic, and Joe's been working on this project for a while and is actually pairing with another artist in Papa as the director. And so within Papa, this is just another example about how we collaborate with one another and try to lift up each other's work. And we're also looking forward as we're planning ahead for events and things on continuing that collaboration. We love technology and all that it gives us, but as technology giveth, it taketh away. So thanks for sticking in with us on this little, what is that? Wi-Fi turbulence, if we will. Yeah. Oh, Chris, do you remember the name of the monologue? I forget it off the top of my head.
This monologue isn't named. It's just unnamed time traveler monologue.
So I think we're actually going to flip the program and do our short performances at the end while we figure out some technical issues. So I'm going to lead my piece on storytelling first. So as artists, we tell stories, and often we tell stories to create certain emotions in our audience members, or we tell stories to introduce different ideas and concepts. And in organizing and political work, of course, we use stories for these too. But our main purpose for using stories is to move people to action, to take some kind of action. So, all right, let's see. Can everybody see my flippy chart? Okay. So we tell stories to move people to action. Okay, and when we're talking about consciousness raising, stories also help raise our consciousness by creating connections, right? Creating connections between our own personal stories, the political moment we're in, and perhaps a community of struggle that we are in as well. So I'm going to go over one way you can construct your story. This is called the story of self, us, and now. Before I go any further, I'm just going to share my story. And let me bring that up. Okay. Excuse me. So I'm a late bloomer. I didn't admit to myself or anyone really that I wanted to be a theater artist, make theater until I was well into my 30s. It took a long time for me to find myself. I was raised by a Korean immigrant mother and a white Jewish father, and they both had very traditional values raising their kids. And so growing up as kids, me and my sisters were taught, to mostly be silent, not talk about anything controversial or too heady. And also both my parents decided that it would be best if their kids didn't have a Korean education or community. So despite being poor, queer, Asian, my parents were insistent that their kids be raised among white, affluent Jews. So in order to survive the constant bullying and questioning over my identity, I learned at a very early age to identify as a white person. And it wasn't until I was into my late 20s I started undoing all this psychic damage that I had done to myself for decades. Growing up, acting and performing, it was just a fun hobby with friends. I was like in a few joke bands in high school, and I did some plays and sketch comedy in college, but it was all just for fun. I had a couple of friends who went to New York to try to make it as actors, but they were all white. I watched TV and movies. I never believed that someone who looked like me could make it. When my dad passed away suddenly when I was 30, it forced me to unpack all the pain from my childhood and why I had denied myself. In most ways, it was obvious. I had grown up in a racist, classist society, and I had parents who weren't equipped to deal with that for their children. My defenses allowed me to survive childhood, but perhaps not adulthood. I needed to grow, but how? For me, the only answer that made sense was theater, the realm of imagination and possibility. I moved to Philly, a great theater city, and I've been in a number of small and independent shows. I don't think I'm going to make it, but that's not what's important to me now. What's important to me is the feeling of freedom and lack of self-judgment that I feel on stage. To this day, the freest I've ever felt is running around a converted barn in New England, dancing and jumping with a 50-foot yellow ribbon wrapped around my waist. My point isn't that all people need a chance to be silly and act like kids, but maybe they do. But that for people like me who grew up marginalized and without access to their own history, the arts can be and often is a lifesaver. In a world that doesn't consider me, the stage gave me a place to consider myself, for me to consider myself, to embrace the possibility of possibility. This is what Papa means to me. This is what making art as a queer, Asian, working class Jew means to me. If you believe in this, please join Papa and support marginalized artists. Okay, so, looks like we got some things. So I guess we'll go back to this. But in essence, that was my story that I might use in talking with another artist who I might want to join our cause, or with an elected official who I might want to ask to raise budget for the arts. And okay, so I want to go over how I structured my story, and then I'm going to give everybody here some time to practice writing their own story, okay? So the way I structured my story is, and I'm not going to go, for the purposes of this right now, I'm not going to go over how you put in the story of us and now, just the story of self, all right? So in my story of self, I had a challenge. My challenge was growing up the way I grew up, without an access to my full identity. I had a choice. My choice was that I made. My choice was to move to Philadelphia and pursue becoming a theater artist. And then the outcome for me was that that this has been a good and freeing move for me. And because of that, I want to use my story to convince others to either make similar choices for themselves or support these choices for other people. Okay, so last thing, I'm going to give you all some time if y'all want to learn more about this. Most of this comes from Marshall Gann's The Public Narrative Project. So if you want to look more into all this theory here, I highly recommend it. It is interesting and goes into a lot more detail. And I can also drop a link in the chat for that. So I think at this point, I'm going to invite everyone, I'm going to give everyone 5 minutes to work on or think of, and please you don't need to make a whole 2-minute thing like I did, but maybe start to put some of these pieces together for yourself. What were some of the challenges you faced in becoming an artist? What choices did you make? What were the outcomes of those choices? And why should anyone that you're speaking to want to make similar choices or support these choices? Are there any questions? Okay, so maybe we can watch a video while people are working on. Great, so that's what we're gonna do. All right, thanks everyone for your time and attention.
Yeah, if you want to start working on some of those things, in the meanwhile, what we're playing is a piece by Gabriela. It was first performed in 2014, and this is just an expression of what it would be like to have nice, large public art outside again, and pieces that are collaborations between a couple different institutions.
Divya
Great, thank you for that. That was really great. We are so happy that we were able to feature one of our Papa members and their art, and we're sad that we're running into some technical difficulties, but we would like to continue as we will soon be joined by Kat Ramirez, who is another one of our organizing committee members, also include big part of Papa as well. They've done a lot of lifting and running with the work that we do. So Cinder, I was kind of thinking about this, your prompt. And yeah, part of the digital rally is contacting your local council member, and you can always tag them, but I'm thinking a little beyond social media too about how to engage my local governances. And I was wondering like how you can build like petitions or things like that, because I know that there's a lot of bills in the house that are kind of a little stuck in the rut. But yeah, are there things that you have found in your life that are good at affecting change broader?
Like on a legislative elected official member?
Well, even like on a more social level or like legislative level.
Yeah, I think it's just really interesting to be talking about this like with artists too, because I feel like there's so many connections, and I think audiences are very important for us as artists, right? Like who sees our work, who engages with it, who learns from it. And the idea that we're like kind of like growing our audience or growing our base is also very real in organizing too. How do we and there's a sense of like in organizing, and I think in the arts that we are creating our stories as we live them. When the power of stories and organizing goes from like the tiniest thing, like me meeting with one other person and sharing my story and building a connection that way, to if you look at any really effective elected official, their speeches are always full of stories. They've learned that for a long time. But we also think about stories in terms of how we build a campaign, right? And so that's kind of like how this story, that's kind of how this stuff gets expanded, right? So like an effort to affect change might just start with one person, but through that person telling their story, they meet other people who are affected by the same problem and want a similar outcome. And when you're doing this, making more people, you build a sense of urgency, a sense of popular will. And just like in the art, taking advantage of moments to tell stories, that is also very important organizing too. How do we take advantage of what we've built, of the moment we're in, of the now, to affect the change that we want to see? So for me, in my experience, the best campaigns that win have these ideas at their core, and they're led by the people who own this story for themselves. Does that make sense? Did they answer your question?
Yeah, no, I love that idea of like the now and the kind of like the growing together of a self and like a story, and just as people come in, that story just builds, and I think that's really lovely. It's always what you want to give an audience, a sense of togetherness. Yeah.
Yeah, if I were to get on stage and tell an audience a bunch of facts about the city council budget, it would get very boring very fast. But if I get up on stage and I tell a story about me or about somebody I know, people love stories. It's like, hardwired. I mean, it really is. There are like multiple biological studies about the brain and how we think in narratives and how we imagine narratives, how we dream in narratives. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes total. I heard this anecdote once about how like you always look for faces, and that's why you see faces in the trees and stuff, and that's just kind of hardwired. You're saying. But I also think about like the stories that have really affected me, right? And let's make it about me. But the stories that call to me are something that I see of myself in that person. And like if especially I'm seeing an injustice or like a feeling of like I want to help you, it's just that much more calling to be a part of that and lift up that story.
Mm-hmm. I think that another powerful aspect of story is that it's trust building, right? Like, so again, if I were just to recite a bunch of facts, I'm not telling you anything about myself, and you're still like, who's Cinder? But if I tell you my story and I do it well, then you do have a sense of who I am, and you can make connections between your life, your story, and mine, and that is a formidable basis for trust, understanding, and building a politics together. Oh, looks like we have something to watch. Yeah. Okay, great. So we have Joe's written by Joe monologue, performed by Minu. And this is very pertinent. Joe actually wrote this in response to the Digital Arts Rally, so directly answering the question of, if we can get the world we want by working together, what could that look like?
Hey folks! Wow, it is so great to be here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Minu, and I got a special dispensation from the Philadelphia Office of Arts and Culture to appear here today, zooming in from my house on Spruce Street in West Philadelphia in the year 2071. Now, I'm not one of those time travelers who gives dire warnings or grand prophecies. I'm actually not even here to give advice. That would actually be illegal because any past meddling turns into one of those grandfather paradoxes real quick. But the office wanted to show up and support, and we figured out there is one thing that doesn't wreck the whole time loop multiverse thingamajig, and that's mundanity, the boring stuff. So today, no politics, no guidance. I'm just here to tell you about my day. Let's see. So today is Friday. I love Friday because it's the first day of the weekend. I like to take a morning bike ride, so I got up around 8 and biked from here into Center City. Since they banned cars there a decade ago, it's been one of my favorite places to take a spin. I got breakfast at a farm stand that my friend Darnell runs. He organized a bunch of vacant lot takeovers up in Kensington back in the 30s. It was apparently a pretty big fight to keep them, but now there's a farm or a garden on pretty much every block. He makes these dope little eggy breakfast sandwich things on weekends with like spicy mayo and like mustard greens. They are to die for. I had rehearsal after that, I'm playing in the band for this dance show happening in one of the skyscrapers shells that got converted into art and community spaces last year. It's cool. You wouldn't believe how much space there is in those things once the cubicles and the white supremacy got knocked out. It's a new company, a bunch of dancers just out of university. They're on their gritty year. That's this program where young artists just out of college or high school get a budget from the city and access to space for a whole year. And they make whatever they want and invite audiences, get a bunch of press coverage. I was feeling kind of sentimental today because I knew I'd be doing this later. So before I biked home, I took the elevator up to the top of the skyscraper. I got some eye enhancements last year, so I just chilled there for a bit, just feeling the wind blow through me. Spotted some bonfires along Broad Street, some kind of street festival. Not sure exactly what it was. Something's happening pretty much every weekend. And yeah, that's my day. Pretty boring, huh? I wish I could tell you more about everything that happens. Well, just know this. There's a lot to do, a lot. But you're all beautiful and creative and determined, and it's gonna get better after it gets harder. I'm grateful to all of you. This is kind of a wild moment for me. You're all my ancestors. Some of you are even gonna be my mentors, the leaders that I look up to. I just can't tell you who, because, you know, paradoxes.
Great. So now we've been joined, and we want to say thank you to Mino and Joe for their help and contribution to the rally. We are joined by Kat Ramirez. Say hi.
Hey y'all. This is Kat Ramirez. I am the creative director of Papa. Huge thanks to Cinder, Liana, and Chris for holding down this half hour. Can you remind me where we're at in the rundown? Is this where I talk, or are we going to another video? I'm talking now? Amazing. Hi. So yeah, I think y'all just saw a ton of videos from artists from Papa, and it was a group of folks who were some were responding with new work, or some were responding with pre-recorded work to a proposal of like, what would your art look like if the city was adequately funding arts? And I think they came up with some pretty cool stuff. And like, they're doing that, and we're all doing this work with like, what, like 0.0003 or 0.003 of like the city's budget that gets allocated to arts, which is pretty absurd. And I think that so often and right now we're asking for 1% of the city's arts budget. And so often as artists, something we get really conditioned to do is to like be told that we have to be grateful for the things that are handed to us. We get used to just like being grateful for getting handed scraps. And that's not, yeah, thank you, James, 0.008%. Sorry about that. But that's not something that like, I don't know, that's not a world that I want to see in the future. I want to see a world where arts are funded and small small companies and individual artists and folks who are supporting the work of BIPOC and queer communities are being lifted up. And I want to hand things off to Cinder, because something they're going to talk about is like how you can advocate for yourself and how that can be, is like so intrinsically linked to storytelling. And I think one of the things that like we as artists are really good at is storytelling. And so being able to link that to advocating for yourself in a way that causes action is something we already all have in us, which is super great. Let me know if I missed anything, but Cinder, I'm gonna hand this off to you and also Chris.
Cinder already did like a lot of great info dump earlier on that. So as far as speaking to that, I feel like the poem that Lexi did really might answer that. So it's a poem called Perception. So that we can play right now for you. And we can have some talk back to that. It's the one called Perception. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lexi Temavong. I am a Philly-based performer and writer, and I'm going to share with you a poem about perception. I'm thinking a lot about how I am perceived. Most of what makes up who I am, you can't see. Still, when I search my reflection, I recognize that's me. Mostly, I accept the boundaries of this body. Other times, I overcolor the outlines of my anatomy, tearing tendons and scratching at scabs. Blood pools around my ankles, and I am acutely aware of the price of being born as I am. One summer, when I was 8 years old, I covered my skin in milky white makeup and avoided the August sun. As I layered liquid foundation, I imagined being on Broadway, starring as roles I believed I'd never book and shows that seemed to systematically dismiss my existence. I thought if I could camouflage my culture, I'd buy acceptance in an industry that seemed uninterested in me. Melanin masked, I considered the creature in the mirror, and cowered at this colorless phantom, this snow-white poltergeist that often haunts the abandoned house of my birthright light brown body. Understand, as an American child, my mind was conditioned by a cop who commands kids to conform, to perform, by force, of course, but also by deception. They puppeteer our perception. You see, the oppressor's authority is rooted in the myth of white superiority, an infection easily internalized by the impressionable. Police need not to patrol the perimeters of a conscience already under control. Their power lies in insecurity, inhibiting our imaginations so that inferiority feels inherent. Example. An Asian American infant is assigned female at birth. Soon, stereotypes on TV show her who she's supposed to be, yet what she doesn't see are images of herself free. She's secondary. Not often the lead, so when the white boys in class look at her body, what do they see? A dragon lady. A model minority. An infantilized piece of a more important story, a prop kept backstage to use and then cage. Every expectation for fetishization, every supposition that I am prone to submission, all the boundaries crossed by bright-eyed colonizers seemed to me inevitable. Each enforcement of subjugation eroded my identity until I acted as the role I was expected to portray. I learned the lines of this play far before I was old enough to understand that the script was written long before my birth. Sometimes I tell my trauma not to complain because I'm sure my ancestors have endured so much more. I tell myself there are children in Thailand and Laos sold into sexual slavery, exploited by the same soldiers whom Westerners worship. I guess that means I should be grateful. But why must I express gratitude for the mistreatment of other members of my own race? If I'm honest, no human hardship can cancel another away, but it can compound it. Suffering creates the sensation of companionship amongst strangers. Colonized communities are complex, interconnected. Our various cultures are survived by those who imagine futures for their families far beyond what seems feasible. Most of what makes up who I am, you can't see. But how I am perceived is central in shaping my identity. One summer, when I was 10 years old, I played Annie in a youth community theater production in Philly, my hometown. Although I still sported the red wig, an unnecessary addition if you ask me, I wore my August-absorbing complexion proudly as I sang center stage about the sun coming out. If not today, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, snaps for that. That was awesome.
Yeah, I think many thanks to Lexi Tamavang, who is also just like in class right now. But yeah, a lot of love to all the student artists who are also making work. I think, great, cool, checking the chat. Something I wanted to talk about a little bit is like PAPA membership and who are PAPA members. If you happen to be like an artist of Asian descent and working in the performing arts in Philly right now, you're a part of PAPA. You just might not know it yet. And so if you want to go to our website, find our contact form, and reach out to us, we can add you to our mailing list. And we have a ton of upcoming membership events so that you can get to know us and hang out more. Something we really value at Philly Asian Performing Artists is the holistic artist care and being able to take care of folks both through creating artistic opportunities, but also finding time to hang out and also educate yourself and just a lot of different things in between that. So this March, we have a handful of small events with Asian American theater artists of Boston that we're doing with our members so that we can do some so you can meet other AAPI folks who are working in other cities. And I want to hand it off to Cinder to talk a little bit about an upcoming member event we have at the end of February.
So on Saturday, February 27th, we will be launching, the organizing committee of PAPA will be launching our book club, a political book club. We're going to be reading the book Asian American Dreams by Helen Jia, who is a celebrated journalist and Asian American activist, and really witnessed and made a lot of the history that she writes about. So, for example, she was an on-the-ground organizer in the response to the murder of Vincent Chen in Detroit. And so it's just a really fascinating, engaging, accessible book. And as Asian American artists, we want to use it as a starting place for us to talk about our own, our collective history as Asian Americans, and also as Asian Americans who want to change the world, effect positive change. So the book is thick. So we're going to be splitting up into 5 sessions over the course of the year. And if you are an Asian American performing artist in Philadelphia and you want to join us, that would be, you are more welcome to. There's no need to purchase the book. We have copies available. And you can go to our website and our Facebook page for a sign-up link.
Yeah, we're fun. I promise. This is I don't know. Papa is a group that has meant a lot to me in discovering my own identity and a reason why. I don't know. It is one of the big reasons why I love the arts community in Philly so much, is because I've been able to meet so many friends and collaborators and co-conspirators just within Papa, and I've been able to take that out into the world. And I'm really grateful to Power Street and Light Thief Productions and LaNeshe and Gabby and Erlina and all the other organizers of this for helping to give us a platform we started a few years ago in a place where not a lot of us knew the other folks of Asian descent who were in rooms or in the community. And it's been really amazing over the last few years to see that community grow and yeah, to just find space for us to support each other. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional talking about it because I care about this group a lot. Hi, hi Chantal. Come hang out and hang out however you want. We've got social events on Mondays. We have tons of residencies you can apply to, and everything that Cinder just said. But yeah, I don't know. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us. Support Philly arts so that we can keep supporting each other. Yeah, that's what I got.
I think we can just take this end part just to list out some more of our action items and then close with just a rundown of everyone who helped contribute for this Papa segment of the digital rally. Liana, do you want to take away with some of the action items that you have queued up for social media things?
Yeah, so as part of the digital rally, the call is to get in touch with your local council member. And there are so many acts, the Philly mayor, of course, councilmen, specific council people, sorry, I'm reading a name, Sinriel Parker. I think I totally butchered that. Sorry if your name I messed up, but yes, council member Alan Dom, Kendra Council David O'Philly, and so a lot of council people. You can check out the ads on Power Street Theater and other social media of all the artist collective people who were part of the digital rally, because as artists we understand, and as we've been talking about how intrinsic in nature the relationship between local government and artists are, and so we ask that you kind of help push that 0.008% to a 0.009% for next year maybe. And we want to thank everybody again for helping, especially our artists of Papa. Yes, make it 1%, a whole percent. But yes, we had performances, like we said, from Joe and Minu. We also want to lift up other artists like Lexi and Shadley and Chantel, because they are wonderful collaborators for this project and this segment. Actually, Joe is working on a project with Kat too, right? And that's coming up. So just lifting up more members and their collaborations with one another is always exciting. And there's other projects on social media that we're part of, always promoting local Asian artists, but also trying to create a larger collaboration between other groups, like ATAB.
Maybe we can close with if we just go around once with like what's their favorite thing about Papa, or like what's a cool memory about Papa. I'll start. I really like our member Mondays. They're super fun. They're really relaxed and you just get to meet everybody. The ones that I've gone to, I've done pumpkin carving as a group and just sharing stories. We did a weird thing show and tell, which was super fun. Sometimes there's food.
I think for me, something that's really special about Papa, which I kind of mentioned in my story, like I am like a late blooming artist, but to me, Papa is really special because it's like a big group of artists who have been doing it like their whole lives, like since childhood, and are like at some kind of real professional level. And and then also like people like me who it was more just like a hobby. I'm still kind of trying to find my way, and I think that's really special in the arts world, that like a group of that kind of experience works together and organizes together. And yeah, I think that's my favorite part of Papa.
Yeah, I joined Papa pretty recently, and it's been great to be able to feel connected and have friends with, so many great artists, both new and seasoned. And it's been really, really wonderful to feel to have a community right now when we're kind of feeling a little isolated. And so being supported by one another is just also kind of that other gift of Papa for me.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I second everything that everyone said. In terms of like a fun story and memory that I've been thinking about with Papa, we did our first production in 2017 or 2018, which was Tiger Style by Mike Liu. And the night that we struck the production was the night that the Eagles won the Super Bowl. And Asaki, I see you nodding off screen because off screen our costume designer from that is watching. But I've never seen a faster strike for a show. We ended our 2 o'clock matinee at like around 4. We struck the entire thing in like 3 hours, running around trying to repaint the Blue Bear Black Box Theater. And then all of us, you're right, and it was raining, and all of us just like piled into our stage manager, Melody Wong's car, tried to like zip through giant crowds of people trying to get to various bars so that we could all watch the Super Bowl. And we made it back like just after Lady Gaga's halftime show. But that was a really, that's a memory that I'm like holding on to really hard, particularly now because we're all in tiny boxes. But I love that. And I think something I've loved is also just watching this organization grow and become more and more communal over the years. I've appreciated that like everybody in the membership has something in this organization. And it's been cool to watch all these different people come on and lead in different ways. And that is like Cinder with organizing, and Chris and Liana with associate producing, and like just Stephanie with playwriting, and Daniel and so many folks contribute to make this happen. And it's been really cool to watch that grow. Yeah. And that and so many other places can grow more if the city gives us even just 1% of their arts budget. So I'm just gonna keep hammering that number home, because like, come on, y'all. You can take that from your police budget that's the size of a small country.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the sentiment of today is about like defunding the police and fund arts. You know, that has been echoed through all the segments and all the voices that we have heard today. And I'm glad that y'all, not only did y'all talk about, you know, the art that y'all was doing, but also how y'all building community and how y'all also navigating these times and advocating for folks. Like the political action of it, it was really thrilling to hear. And I really appreciate y'all for doing that. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Lindo.
No problem.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see if I can get the air horns right. Let me see. Was that good, James? Was that loud enough? Was that all right? No. Okay, cool. Nobody in the audience heard it. It was for us. It was for us. Sometimes we gotta do things for us and not them.
Art. You have to activate people's imagination. So if you say air horns, people are thinking air horns. This is a communal artistic exercise.
Yeah. Absolutely. So thank you so much. We are now entering a space where we have been in a space even before the pandemic. Collectively, we have all been experiencing some type of like tragedy in some type of way. But now in the pandemic, it has been concentrated and it has been very much the same, if not similar. And what I find so powerful in these times is the spirit of laughter and how folks can like transform tragedy into laughter that provides us joy to cope with the times that we're in. And in these times, to activate each other, we need to laugh as much as we need to cry. And this person is going to provide us some laughs right now. So with no further ado, and I know they can't hear.
With a little further ado, hang on a sec.
Okay, cool.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to. There's a little further ado, just because we did notice that there were some weird skips on Facebook. It said that the channel was buffering or whatever, and I've been investigating it from the back end. I can't reproduce the problem, but in order to fix the problem, we would have to stop the broadcast. But I just want to remind everyone, we are going out through Power Street's YouTube channel as well, and the Periscope channel for Power Street. You can go to YouTube and search Power Street Theater Company, and the YouTube page will come right up, and you can hop right on there and watch us live there. And you can also search in Periscope or on Twitter for Power Street Theater Company, and we're duplicating the broadcast there. There's also backups on Light Thief Productions pages as well, but hop on another Power Street feed if you can't for some reason can't see the Facebook one, and when the errors mount up, we'll reset the broadcast and come live at you with part 4. But for now, seems all good. I've got your face on Facebook, Lindo. I can see you.
Well, you know, I got that, I got that good look from my mom. You know what I'm saying? You better keep it up there for a while. It's gonna get us more likes and all that. You know what I mean?
So yeah, and listen, audience, if you have to switch over to YouTube, please, by all means, like, share, and subscribe on YouTube. Especially subscribe to the Power Street Theater Company YouTube page. They don't have 100 subscribers yet, and we can't customize the URL until they have 100 subscribers. So hop on over to YouTube. Just give them a subscribe. Just go, hey. Like even if you're not watching it there, go over and hit subscribe on the YouTube page. Give us some love. And I'm gonna turn it over to you, Lindo, and then we'll go on. Sorry about that.
No, that's not. You don't have nothing to apologize for. That was a powerful moment because it lets us know how artists are able to troubleshoot problems in the moment. And this is what we're trying to do right now. And, this time of the pandemic, we're able to resolve it through art, through community. And that's what we built here today. We have a community of folks that are helping us out doing this. And we also have a group of artists that are thinking creatively how to do this. So we figured it out. And we went through like, you know, the tech issues together. So it just proves why they need to like make that budget 1%, if not more. You know what I mean? Because we handle things, we get things done. You know what I mean? All right, so let me. Oh man, I want to give a big round of applause like I'm in person, but we're not. I got fake a clap, but nobody gonna hear it. So I'm excited to bring up Nicole. And I'm just really grateful for them being present because, like I said earlier, like we need laughter in this time, and comedians are tasked with the job of finding moments in these tragedies for us to laugh. And I'm just astonished by that art right there. So yeah, Nicole, you got it. It's all you.
All right. Well, hey everybody, welcome. I'm so excited. Well, rather welcome me. Y'all been hanging out for 24 hours. Like, I don't know who I'm welcoming. I'm gonna welcome myself, right? I'm just so honored to be a part of this. I have a hard time taking on the role of artist, right? And it's mainly because y'all artsy folks don't always see comedy as an art form, right? So it's kind of always this battle. But when, and I'm just looking in the room, everyone watching the stream can see Lindo and you can see James. But what you can't see is a lot of the behind the scenes folks who I know very personally, who I've performed with, who I've produced shows with, who have even attended some of my virtual comedy shows over the summer. And so I just am amazed at like how good of company I'm in right now. And because I don't always take on that role of artist, I'm always so humbled, like, oh, I get to be part of the cool kids club. So thank you so much for letting me talk a little bit. I don't know if I can promise laughs. Honestly, my job is getting harder and harder. You'd be better off on TikTok. But when I got asked to do it, I said 100%. I feel like I could just support by donating, but if you want my face on screen, I'll do whatever you want when it comes to Philly arts and culture, because what is Philly without its art and culture? What is the city? You know, we think about it all the time because we're in the city and we know how we identify ourselves. But then it's always hard to remember when you live in such a monumental city, how many powerhouses, how many artists have actually come out of this city and shaped the culture that we see every day. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of tripped myself up here. I didn't think about, number one, I didn't know Lindo was going to be hosting today. So I really put my foot in my mouth. And this is the home of Ursula Rucker, one of the best poets that we know today. And my dumb self decided that I was going to write a poem. Lindo's ready. Lindo is ready. But if it's not a good poem, right, it can't be all my fault. So what I decided to do is make this a I'm sorry. I don't know how long I've been muted. That just happened out of nowhere. So like I said, I wrote a poem, but because I'm a slacker, I left it a little unfinished. Oof. And I was hoping, since we have such amazing artists in the building today, that y'all could help me complete my poem. Can I get some snaps or some nods or anything from the rest of the group that's here today? Oh, I heard snaps. I heard snaps. I need you. So the title of this, and what I like to call this is, y'all remember Mad Libs? Y'all remember Mad Libs from back in the day when you would like get the little tablet and then, you know, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I'm not touching anything, but we're going to keep on rolling. Can you tell me where I left off? I don't know when I got muted. Mad Libs. Okay. So everyone remembers Mad Libs, but I like to call this Why You Mad Libs. You see what I did there?
Oh, okay. I get it.
Ooh, you see, right? Okay. So this is going to take a little bit of audience participation. This is going to take a little bit of either, I don't know what's going on, who's watching. It's either going to be the folks who are behind the scenes, or you reading people's responses online. I know this is crazy and I asked a lot and I never told anybody I was going to do this. So this should be really fun. So before I get to my poem, I will read the title. The title of the poem is called The Day Philly Lost Its Swag. So that's the poem that we're writing today. And I just need a little bit of help, okay? I need you to give me some words to complete my poem. It's going to be our poem by the end of all of this. Can someone give me, and it might be a bit of a lag, can someone give me a green veggie? Anybody? Either read a cucumber. I like that. Thank you, I'm not even going to try to mess up your name. LaNeshe, I'm so sorry. We got it. LaNeshe, thank you so much. Thank you, LaNeshe. So we got a cucumber. The next thing that we need is something gross. Something gross. Anything gross. I like cucumber better. We're gonna go with cucumber. Vomit. So gross. Anyone else miss seeing vomit on the streets as they go along their day? Just me? Okay. Something. Oh, awesome. Only I can. I'm responding to our amazing technician, James Jackson, who is reading all of your amazing comments. Thank you so much for being interactive with me. This is going to be so fun. So far, we've got a green veggie. We've got something gross. Next, I need a word that rhymes with hearts. Darts. I'm going to go with darts. I like that. Thank you, Sinta Storms. I really appreciate that for your interaction on the live. Okay, I need the name of a retail store. Any old store will do. Woolworths. Thank you, Woolworths. I don't even know if they exist anymore. For all of my Zoomers, Google it later. It was an awesome place.
That's a lie, but
that's a something boring.
Okay.
So they don't even know why I'm laughing. They just think I'm hysterical in my bedroom, losing my mind. Okay. Okay. I need something boring.
Something boring. Sports is boring. All of them. I don't want no fights.
I happen to agree with you.
I chose violence today.
You really did. Just so shortly after the Super Bowl. That's wild. I like it though. I happen to think that on social media, the more inflammatory the statement, the more traction you get. So we're gonna keep that up. Okay. I just need one household item.
Broom.
A broom.
Since they can hear me, I might as well just keep doing it.
Let's do it. But I also want our audience watching on the interwebs to get one in. All right, just a few more, and then we're gonna read this beautiful poem that we wrote together. I need one noun, and a reminder. I know schools have been a little shaky. A noun is a person, place, or a thing. It's a John. Okay, that's for Philly. I went into the wrong field. I should have been an educator. Give me a John. Give me a person, a place, or a thing. I need two. So I'll take two. I'll take two of them Johns. Let me hear them. I just need a noun, a person, a place, or a thing. Or an emotion. Just also a thing, but you get it. A car. I got from the chat, and just one more. And I think we will be able to read this gorgeous piece. One more, John. Come on. We could do it, y'all. You know what? I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna find a noun. And this one will be a surprise. Oh, thank you, Jeanette. That is beautiful. Okay. Whew, here we go. Public embarrassment. I could have chose comedy, which is my forte, but I said, no, I'm coming at Lindo's neck today. Not the only poet in town. Let's see what we've come up with today. Let me just get my flip chart together. Let me get my vibes. I didn't even light any incense, but I got my head wrap and I'm feeling it. I feel like this is going to be good. Okay. Again, the day Philly lost its swag. Feel free to give me poetry snaps. It was the last note and the last brush stroke. Not a sound could be found. Every spirit was bound. I looked high and I looked low. Not a single person could know that Philly had already lost its swag. I was devastated, but everyone else seemed to be fine. I walked around and the rhythm of the city was off, almost like biting into a cheesecake or a cheesesteak and finding a huge pile of cucumbers, leaving a vomit taste in my mouth. Where's the soul? Where's the funk? Where's the swag? Without hesitation, I knew where to go. I walked down the Avenue of the Arts, which for some reason had been now named Avenue of the Darts. The Prince, the Miriam, and even the Kimmel were closed. In its place, just a string of Woolworths. Just a string of Woolworths where I could buy clothes. I thought to myself, okay, theater is out, but what about painting? Everyone needs a little, wait, I'm sorry. Oops. But what about painting? Everyone needs a little visual stimulation. I went to the Philadelphia Museum of Art and found nothing but a shrine to sports. Woo, man, Lindo, that was on point. And some guy named Rocky. But in Philly, the art is always free. Just take a look around this beautiful city. The murals. Wait, I know they didn't replace murals with advertisements for condos and robotic brooms. This cannot be real. If Philly doesn't have its swag, what is the appeal? No monuments or statues, no poems scribbled on subway station walls, no beating on buckets or sonatas in City Hall, not even a song to express my car? No. Express my mask? No. Feelings. Nothing to help me express my feelings. All of a sudden, I'm feeling stressed. If the picture I painted doesn't look pretty, make sure you support the arts and culture of this city. That's my poem. Okay, no one is moved, but that's okay. This is not my wheelhouse. I really wanted to do something interactive. I really wanted to do something fun and something that really expressed how I kind of felt about the city of Philadelphia. I'm not a native. I'll put that right out there, but I have lived here for just about 17 years, which means I'm exactly 19 years old. And what drew me to Philadelphia was the arts, was the culture, was the music, was the murals, was the fact that art is literally everywhere we go in this city. And I became a part of that scene first, tangentially, out on the sides, going to museums, going to poetry readings, going to gallery viewings. And then I became a performer in this city, and I learned how much love you actually get back when you pour into this city. So I'm just going to take the last couple of minutes that I have here to just urge everyone to do whatever you can to save the arts. And I know there's going to be some programming later that actually tells you how to do what we're talking about, right? Some actions that you can take. But on top of that, like just learning how to amplify the voices of the people that you know artists. You might not think that you know artists, but you absolutely do. One of my things, aside from performing, I am a stand-up comedian, is I'm also a producer. I've actually produced some shows with some folks behind the scenes here for Save Arts in Philly. Arts in Philly and Culture, or Arts and Culture in Philly. And one of the biggest things that I think connects comedy is literally storytelling. It's the only way that I could buy in that what I was doing was actually helpful and not just on stage clowning, is that I'm able to help people tell their stories. I'm the host and producer of a show called The Comment Section. And I'm only bringing that up because can you believe that it is the only show in Philadelphia that books Black women, women of color, and I'm really proud to be able to bring that story and everyone's story to the surface. So think about that as we think about the arts. Think about your own story and think about how you can tell that story. And you'll be surprised how many other people are touched by that. I didn't have too much more to present today. I thought my poem was going to take a little bit longer. Lindo, I don't know if you wanted to come up and maybe ask me a few questions, but I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for giving me an opportunity to talk to you all and to help save arts in Philly.
Word. Thank you so much. Yeah.
What'd you think, Lindo? How'd you like my poem?
It was all right. It was all right. I was really impressed by the title and the fact that you did it with the audience. So it's not your poem anymore. It's our poem. So that's my
I told you if it wasn't great, it was going to be all of our fault. And that is what
I see what you did. It was like a memento moment when you gave us the ending at the beginning.
The confidence monitor, you can see a comment from Simpatico.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. I'm looking at the monsters. Yo, this is so dope. All right, I haven't been on a production like this in a while, and it's so dope that the monitor is like 10 seconds delay from my actual action. So it's just like my future self is talking to my past self all the time. I need this confident monitor when I'm talking in the mirror and I'm like, yeah, Lindo, you can do better. And then myself saying back to me, you can do better.
You can do better.
Nicole, I was wondering, what is one action you think we can do right now that makes it better for, you said amplifying voices, but what's another thing that we could possibly do? For the arts, for fun in the arts, all those, arts, fun in it.
So I'll be honest, I'm very pedestrian when it comes to all of the legislation, right? And like, how do I get what I want? And I'll be completely transparent because I think there's a lot of people in the country, in this city, who feel the way that I feel, especially the things that have been going on with the Philadelphia School District. It's like, I know what I want to see, but I don't always know the actions, right? It's always for me about that call to action. And not everybody is the leader, right? Not everybody has that brilliant idea. So I think what is really important for folks, time is a really big privilege for people right now. Telling someone to read a book isn't helpful, right? Telling somebody to take the time isn't always helpful because you're skipping over, especially in the city of Philadelphia, a lot of realities that people are facing: transportation, time, money, literally being a product of the Philadelphia School District. Not to say that it's a bad thing, but we just found out about the reading level of our third graders in Philadelphia as well, right? So what I think is really important is if you've grasped a piece of information, if you really know what a call to action is and like what can be impactful, take that extra step and think about folks that don't have as much privilege as you. And it's not all about money. That's what I'm trying to get to people. If you have a car, right, and you're headed to a rally, we shouldn't be because of social distancing, think about the people in your neighborhood. Think about if you could take anyone else, if you can fit anyone else in your car. Think about messaging that you can bring from your neighborhood to these platforms. Before this school year started, I saw that the Philadelphia School District was holding a town hall meeting in the middle of the day, in the middle of the week. And I was like, how many parents do you think are able to show up for this town hall? So I just said, hey, I have time. and I have transportation. Is there something that you want me to say on your behalf? Is there any way I can advocate for you because you cannot be there because you have a job, because you have children to take care of? Take a step back and say, how can I push this a little bit further? How can I make information more accessible? How can I make sure that the people around me and their voices are actually heard instead of what can be a lot of lecturing and guilt-based like motivators, which we know don't work for people. Guilting and shaming folks does not work. Finding barriers and removing them works. Like it works. We saw it, during the 60s, boycotting. The only reason people were able to boycott is because there were alternatives. So finding alternatives, meeting those needs, filling gaps. It's not that people don't care. It's just that they have a lot of other things on their plate, and we should be compassionate about that. And in any way we can help meet those needs to help everyone bring their voices to the surface. And that's really what I love about it.
These are all facts. And I really like
it's little stuff.
Yeah, I like what you said about little stuff of just like, sometimes it's not the fact of just like people don't have drive, but it's more so about the vehicle. And sometimes we have to look within ourselves to be that vehicle for people. And I really like that idea because like we can will a lot of things that we want to happen by first just recognizing these small things we can do that can be very impactful. I don't know. I'm coming with an epiphany in this moment, and I'm thinking about like actions that I could possibly take. Within just like my neighbors. Thank you for this. Let me ask you one more question before I let you go.
Absolutely.
So I've been asking folks today, what makes your heart work? And what I mean is just like, what is things that during this time is you being compassionate to yourself so you can deal with the collective crisis that we're all going through?
I think the biggest gift that I've been able to kind of give myself is knowing that, and this is going to sound really bad, that all this is going to be here tomorrow. All of it. Unfortunately, nothing is going to change overnight. And it's not to say put things off, but I think a lot of us maybe sit up at night trying to figure out, well, I gotta, right? And you just kind of beat yourself up for not being able to do all of the things on a list that you created and no one else knows about. I don't know if you keep a list.
Why are you reading me right now? I don't need you to read me in front of all these folks.
That's for everybody, but we all do it. We all like either wake up in the morning or we just start our day, or maybe Sunday's your day and you just like start making this list of all the things you have to do. And if you don't get them done, you start to beat yourself up. The great thing about this type of work is that there's always more work to be done. So it's okay. And just really giving yourself that space and removing the guilt or shame. I talk about it a lot, but it's beating people down right now. Guilt and shame are beating people down. If you remove the guilt and the shame from a lot of this, the work that you're doing, the work that you're not doing, all of this, it frees you up to actually find joy inside of your work. And you're just so much lighter and you have so much more energy than just walking around and you're pissed off and nobody understands why. It's because you created this own script in your head that I didn't do it. I have to do, So it's the biggest gift that I've given to myself. I'm super critical of myself. When the pandemic hit, I was going to do like 80 million things because I knew I was going to have the time, and I've done maybe 2. I'm being honest, right? So that's been the biggest thing during this time, is just knowing that like you will have more time to do the work that you feel called to. Don't beat yourself up. Even though it's super easy to do, be gentle as you with yourself as you would be with somebody else.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. You appreciate
Absolutely.
both your insight, your laughter, and just your person. I appreciate you a lot.
You as well. I'm so happy every time I get to see you. Absolutely one of my favorite poets in the city. I was surprised, but also very, very happy. So thanks for having me.
You just do me a favor. I'm going to use that as a soundbite. You're my favorite poet in this city. It's done. Every time I'm on one of these joint seats, I want to play it. favorite
That's the
poet
credit,
in
baby. That's the credit. No.
Yes, I got you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we move forward with programming, I just want to give out a few roses. I want to give out a few roses to James, who's behind the scenes but been the voice in my head. Compete in space with my subconscious at this moment because he's telling me everything I should do. Feel like Jimmy the Cricket. That's an old reference. I hope people get. And I just want to give a big shout out to Power Street Theater that just like reached out to me and trust me with these responsibilities of just like hosting this event. And I don't know if I'm doing a good job, but I'm trying. And I think the effort sometimes is the best thing I could do. As we make efforts on this action of like saving the arts and recognizing how the arts been such a coping mechanism in this time, and we have to fund it because it allows for everything else to be, be better. Because the same way we was able to figure out problems today because we had artists around us and community around us, we can do so much more with the funding of arts to figure out the problems that we're facing today. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, and we're going to talk about the finances of that. Because we've been talking about money all day, but we're about to get really deep into the money talk. You know what I mean? We're really going to talk about the dollars and the cents that we need to make, and some of that is about the change that we find in our couch cushions and our piggy banks. But some of that is also about the change that we have on our mind that we can activate when we get those dollars and cents that we find in our couch cushions and stuff. So without no further talking from me, let's give it up to LaNeshe. I practiced this 3 times. I hope I got it right. Did I get it right?
You got it right. You got it right.
We are here. We have arrived. James, you can take me off screen. It's not about me right now, but if you want to put my face up here and do a little me, right? For the folks.
We have to get Lindo some in studio air horns the next time that we have you host, so that we can really facilitate in the hype that you bring. Appreciate that so much. Thank you, Lindo, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is LaNeshe Miller-White. And before I introduce my 2 guests, first I'll talk about kind of what the session is about. So, of course, this whole thing is about funding to the arts. That's what we're talking about. This session in particular is going to be focused on like opportunities that will bring individual artists, because we talk a lot about organizations and things, but individual artists close to the money, bringing individual artists where the money resides. And so I have Catherine and Chris here. I'll let them introduce themselves and they'll talk about some opportunities that they're privy to. We had one guest who wasn't able to make it, but I'll shout out their company as well as some other opportunities. So I will let Catherine introduce yourself, and then Chris, and then we'll go back to Catherine for presentation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Clark. I'm the Marketing and Communications Director at Theater Philadelphia, and I'm going to be talking about Theater Philadelphia Emergency Relief.
And I'm Christopher Sapienza. I am the Liaison Chair for Actors Equity Association here in Philadelphia, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Actors Fund and a few projects that we, with the Liaison team, are going to be doing the next month or so.
And so I think James has your PowerPoint that he can pull up, and then you can talk through that.
Sure, yeah. I think it's interesting that this event lines up with basically a year of shutdowns. And it's more important than ever to talk about financial resources and places for support. I was thinking of how a year ago, Theater Philadelphia surveyed a group of artists and a group of organizations, and basically by the first weekend of shutdowns, the first weekend, I think this is the first weekend even before the official city shutdowns, but artists had projected $4,000 of annual income loss. And by the end of March of last year, organizations, about 40 that responded to the survey, had said they'd lost $5 million in revenue. So obviously that has continued. So I'm really grateful to be here today. I'm really grateful for the emergency relief program and all the work that the board and staff did to make that happen, and all the funders who came together to make it happen. So Theater Philadelphia Emergency Relief is a program that awards microgrants with a sliding scale of $300 to $500 to individuals who live in the Philadelphia region, work in theater, and whose theater income has been impacted by COVID-19. Individuals who live within a 35-mile radius of Philadelphia City Hall are eligible to apply, and microgrants are first come, first serve. There's a few eligibility requirements. Applicants must live within 35 miles of City Hall. Applicants must be active participants in the Philadelphia region's theater community. Applicants must have evidence of income or opportunity loss while working in Philadelphia theater due to COVID-19. And applicants must not have another source of income, or a second source of income is also limited. I think probably 80% of people who have applied for emergency relief also lost supplementary income. So working in the arts, a lot of gig work, lots of multiple jobs, a lot of those have all been impacted. So how to apply? You're going to go to theaterphiladelphia.org, that's theater with an R-E, and click on emergency relief. There's a first, second, and third time application. So applicants are eligible to apply 3 times for the sliding scale microgrant. It's a brief application to make sure you've been active in Philadelphia theater, to make sure you live in the area. You would submit a W-9 and upload your resume or other proof of income loss. FAQ, just make sure to sign and date your W-9. It has to be the current calendar year. It just makes the whole process a little easier to pay you quickly. There are no reporting requirements with the microgrant, but you can submit a testimonial. We are basically compiling those to share with our funders for future appeals. And a lot of people want to know how emergency microgrant applications are reviewed. And we want to be as transparent about that process as possible. So when you submit your application to Theater Philadelphia, I basically review it and make sure it's complete. I determine if it's an eligible application or an ineligible application, but regardless of what I determine, I send that application to a random board member. It's just the application part. It's none of your uploads, not your resume or W-9 or anything like that. It's just the text part of the application. And then that board member will confirm eligibility or ineligibility. However, if there are any questions at this stage, maybe either a board member has or I have about the application, we'll reach out together anything that might be missing or incomplete, or any questions we might have. And then once we answer those questions, we'll send it to a second board member for an additional opinion. Once all that has happened, we'll send the applicant a status notification. And if you're eligible, we send payment within 1 week. I tried to get it in the same day. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but you know, we say a 1 week window just in case there's a missing PayPal contact information, or you know, you'd rather get it on Venmo or something like that. And then by this point, we've been running the program since April of 2020. So we do ask a question about how funds will be used, and there's no requirement. They don't have to be used a certain way. We're just curious about how, what they're going to basically, so we can share that with our funders, or we can just understand the needs of the community. So the majority of emergency relief funds are used for groceries, monthly bills, some for healthcare expenses, and then other applicants have said their funds are going to school and education expenses or creative projects. And then I wanted to go over some of the stats of the microgrants that we have awarded since April. We've awarded 448 first-time microgrants for about $150,000 total, 204 second-time microgrants for about $84,000, and 68 third-time microgrants, which is about $33,000. So in total, we've awarded $265,000. And people are still asking, is the fund still open? Has the money run out? The fund is still open. We are still encouraging applications. We are also still encouraging donations. Right now, we're projecting the program to run through the spring. But the more donations we get, we hope to continue all year and imagining it running into 2022. So we want to keep up encouraging anybody to donate who can, anybody to apply who needs it. We want to make sure everybody gets the resources that they need. So that being said, you can visit theaterphiladelphia.org/emergency relief to do either of those things, either apply or make a donation. $300 is a microgrant to an individual, so every little bit helps. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Yeah, so for people who don't know, I am also the executive director of Theater Philadelphia.
Yay.
And so very, very happy to join. The emergency relief was running before I got here. And very happy to join an organization that is prioritizing artists and artists' livelihood. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this session, because I know we'll have, this whole thing is about supporting the arts and supporting arts organizations, but also looking at the very kind of unique challenges that individual artists have right now, because all of the venues and organizations that are closed down means that those places are not employing people. So being able to be a part of the emergency relief program and for it to be completely unrestricted for, groceries and medical bills and things like that. It's very important to be supporting the individual artists in addition to going, because that's a major part of the arts ecosystem of Philadelphia. And so definitely either apply if you are in need or donate if you can. We would love to not have to run this program anymore. We would love people to be back to work and, getting income and doing their work. And until we get there, we're happy to have this program. I also wanted to note that, that it is any sort of theater worker. So that is an actor, a director, an usher, a box office person, a marketing person. If you have lost theater-related income and you are within 35 miles of City Hall, you are eligible. So now I will turn things over to Chris to talk about the Actors Fund.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Everything's good?
Sounds good.
So first of all, I've got to tell you, that information, Catherine, you just shared was so heartwarming in terms of what contributions you have already given out to our members of the community. It's I just got all giddy inside. I've been part of the entertainment industry here most of my adult life. I've been part of Actors Equity for 26 years, and this is the first time, obviously for any and everybody, in terms of the need that we all have to get these funds, that I have seen the community support come together. And when I see the giving that you all are doing, LaNeshe, Catherine, with Theater Philadelphia, it's just amazing. And I know we have posted the links for these microgrants on our equity page. And I know so many people have applied, and some of my members of my committee have as well. So bravo to you all for the work you're doing. Truly, I'm blown away, and it gives me hope for wonderful things in the future. If I can start, LaNeshe, if I could just share a little bit about what I do with the Equity Committee and all. So the Equity Liaison Committee, we are comprised, there's 12 of us on our I call it our team. It's officially the Liaison Committee. I call it a team because everybody involved truly steps to the plate and brings something to our group. And we try to push it out to all of our members. Pardon me. And so several of the things. First, I have to say that as the liaison for Actors Equity, I don't speak specifically as a staff member or an elected official for Actors Equity. I'm not in that type of role. I am literally a liaison between our members and our union. So anything I say really comes from my experience as opposed to an official place of Actors Equity, if that makes sense. Like I said, we have 12 members on our team. We have, in the past year, risen our number of members in our region. We have over 1,300 members in the Philadelphia market. And the market includes the Philadelphia region itself, New Jersey, part of New Jersey, and Delaware. So that tri-state region, we go as far central. We go into Lancaster as well. We have a 100-mile radius from Philadelphia center. So we have over 1,300 members, and we've seen that number sort of increase over the last year for a myriad of reasons, one of which we think since the shutdown, a lot of people in New York with no work on Broadway, no work regionally, have been moving back to Philadelphia. People are moving back home, or people are deciding, we can't afford to be in New York, but we can, the cost of living in Philadelphia is a little bit easier for us. So they've come in. We also have what's called the EMC program, and our EMC program switched up about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, where you can join into our union a little bit earlier. So we're seeing that influx. With that said, that means that there are that many more artists who are in financial disarray, right? That we have more people that we're trying to help maneuver through this pandemic. One of the things that I'm here to talk about is the Actors Fund. And now the Actors Fund itself is so big, I can't go into all the minute details of the whole thing. But like these micro grants that you all are offering, the Actors Fund also gives grants, gives financial assistance, pardon me, to anyone in the industry. And while it's called the Actors Fund, it is not just for the actors. It is for musicians. It is for costume designers. It's for set designers. It's for the ushers in theaters. It's for box office staff. It's for anybody who touches anything that has to do with our industry. That's the exciting thing, that they don't limit it to just the actors. The services they provide are numerous. It can go from a shoe fund, where if you need a pair of shoes, you can get reimbursed. I believe it's up to $40 for a new pair of shoes. And a lot of people do take advantage of that, whether it's dance shoes or work shoes that you need. As far as COVID relief, I don't know, James, is it possible for me to share a screen on my end? I don't know if that's feasible. No, I wanted to just direct you all to go to actorsfund.org. And there is an actual a COVID relief page. And in the relief page, I'm just going to scooch this screen for myself over so I can kind of take a look at my screen. And on it, you will have a plethora of opportunities, whether it's, and they're very specific. For instance, the Adolph and Esther Gottlieb Emergency Grant for painters, printmakers, and sculptors. There is one for the Blues Foundation Heart Fund for health-related needs. So the blues musicians, freelancers, and the contemporary arts and emergency grants. And the list goes on and on in terms of some very specific locations where you can hone in that grant. You might be able to apply for several different ones. And the same thing occurs where you can go back and apply for another grant. If you need medical bills paid, just like Catherine had posted, it's very similar into what you all are offering. And so those opportunities are there for people to access some funds. There are also restrictions in terms of what your eligibility is. Right now, I believe if you have what they call liquid savings. So liquid savings is if you have cash in the bank, right? Hey, I'm going to go get myself a soda. I've got the money in the bank. They basically say right now the liquid savings are in the around $15,000. For a couple, I believe it's $32,000. If you have $15,000 liquid, God bless you. And I want you to tell me how you're able to do that, because my bank account doesn't look like that. But they're asking for those people with that type of liquid income to hold off. This is for people who are under that threshold. That way they can funnel the money to people who have barely anything to pay their rent. This is not just for New Yorkers. And everybody thinks that as well. That's a misnomer. The Actors Fund is not just for people in New York. They are based there, but they have offices in New York, LA, Chicago, other major office cities, as we do with Equity. But it is for anyone in the country. I encourage you all to go check out the page, because there are many opportunities that you can get in there for. And again, like Theater Philadelphia is saying, with your micro grants, you can apply for them again. I don't know what the limit is. I don't know if there's a limit on how many times. That I don't know. But the funding is there. With that said about the Actors Fund, I want to share a little bit about what we're doing here in Philadelphia in connection with that. I'm really excited to announce that, and I just started posting this on the Equity Facebook page last night and my personal page. Something I've been trying to do for many years as a liaison is to get the local entertainment unions together, right? To merge, to work on some community project somehow. I was approached about a week and a half ago from IATSE. IATSE is the Stagehands Union. IATSE 8 is our local. And they have a committee called the Young Members Committee. And they came up with this idea of trying to do a fundraiser for the Actors Fund, because they knew their members could also take advantage of that as well. And when they approached me, I was like, oh, this is it. This is how we can do it. I said, have we talked to SAG-AFTRA? How about AFM? And they said, no. I said, let me take care of that. So I reached out to the Screen Actors Guild. I reached out to the Music Federation, AFM 77. And the four of us, the four unions, are coming together to have a one-night event called the Blackout Review on March 13th. Catherine had mentioned it's the 1-year anniversary. We are doing this in honor of, if you want to say, or in respect to our 1-year anniversary of our blackout, as we call in theater, blackout for the final scene. So you'll start seeing advertising about that. We have local performers from all of our unions taking part in it. If you are a member of Actors Equity, Screen Actors Guild, AFMA, AGMA, AGVA, you are welcome to participate. We are doing this under what's called a theater authority contract, which means everyone is donating their time. So our unions are reciprocating and allowing us to perform without being paid. So we will be doing that. So look for those signups. I don't know, maybe LaNeshe, if there's a way I can get that sign up list to you guys, maybe we could post it, and I'll talk to our committee. I don't see why we couldn't have non-union members as well if anybody wants to help contribute, because the Actors Fund itself is not just for union members. It's for anybody. It is not just unions. So we might be able to open this up to everybody. It's the four unions coming together to organize this event for Actors Fund, but why not open it to everybody? So I'll get word back to you on that. But we're going to have some local celebs get on board. We're going to have some national celebs I just got word of that will be making appearances talking about the Actors Fund. And we want to push this out to, obviously, our community is strapped and we can't really throw money into the hat right now because we're all the ones who are looking for help. But why not push that information out to the fan base, so to speak? I talked to one of the artistic directors, and she's going to help me out work with some of the local theaters, and maybe the local theaters can push out the night of the event that this is a fundraiser. And again, anything raised for that event could for sure be accessible by our members. By our community. I don't want to say members, I apologize, by our theater community as a whole. And as I'm watching this event, I'm thinking, well, there might even be a way that our 4 unions come together again and do something for Theater Philadelphia in the future and just focus it on Philly peeps. So we'll be, my creative brain is going wild. So I'm like, we're definitely going to get back on board with that. So that's one of the things that I wanted to share with you. The other one, because so many people are hard pressed for financially, for right now, this one is Actors Equity members only for now. When we see what signups are like, we're going to probably open it up if we have the space available. But one of the programs that Actors Equity has in New York is called a VITA program. The VITA program is for folks in Actors Equity to be able to get their taxes prepared for free. So if you have a standard taxes of, you have a couple 1099s, a couple W-2s, you get them in and you're able to get them done for free. New York had to suspend their VITA program because of COVID, because a lot of what they did was actually in person, and several of the members who dealt with the taxes were of older age, and so they don't have the ability, they don't want to bring people in person. Here in Philadelphia, we partnered with Temple School of Business, Fox School of Business. They're doing everything online, and their tax students are going to be the ones to do the preps. So it's really exciting. We think this isn't going to be the first time. I have a feeling this is going to happen over and over again, which means we should be able to open it up to even more people. So I'll make sure, LaNeshe, that you know when we open it up to everybody, and we'll get that word out so anybody can get on board. The first set is for the Actors Equity members. And then once we get that started, then we, as soon as they let us know that there's more slots, we can then get everybody else in. But it's an exciting thing that we're trying to bring to the community for our members, like I said, our 1,300 who we have, and kind of go from there. So that's sort of a general gist of what the Actors Fund is about. People don't think that it is for everybody. It is for any and everyone who, like I said, touches or has anything to do with the entertainment industry across the country. So if you think, oh, I just paint sets, you are entitled to something from the Actors Fund, just like you are with the mini grants here, the micro grants. So definitely take a look, and I'll make sure we get some more information to LaNeshe to post, and we'll go from there. So that's
awesome. Yeah, I see someone in the Facebook comments said, I'm scrolling through their website and they have a lot of resources to support you as artists. I had no clue. Me either. I did not realize the Actors Fund was open to non-members. I didn't realize it was open to people outside of actors. Oh, so that's really exciting.
There's a specific one for BIPOC. They're trying to make sure they're getting financing to the right people to help that demographic. I mean, they have so much to offer, but there are limitations right now in terms of they're capping some salary info, like I said. So.
That's really exciting, because I did not realize that it was for non-members or even for non-actors. Yeah. So that's really, really exciting. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Financial Resources for Artists section. So of course, across the whole digital rally, this is all about funding for the arts. In this session, we're kind of pinpointing some opportunities where it is funding for individual artists. And especially in this time, funding for individual artists for their livelihoods, not necessarily for creative projects, although some of these programs are being used for creative projects. But I think it's important that we look at the creatives of our city and know that they are people and they are struggling very much so during this pandemic. So if you missed our presentations, we had Catherine from Theater Philadelphia, who talked about Theater Philadelphia's emergency relief program. We also had Chris Sapienza here talking about the Actors Fund that isn't just for actors, and that's something we learned today. So that's exciting. Yeah. We were supposed to have a third panelist who wasn't able to make it. So I will try to give an overview of their organization as best as I can from like peeking at their website, essentially. So it was supposed to be Rec Philly, which is a by nature and conception, it's a space for creatives, and that is creatives from DJs to actors to filmmakers, any sort of people. So they've kind of built this community of artists. There's space use, so it's kind of a co-working space and things like that. And they also have, they have been running grants for artists. And I wanted them here because they have been doing ones, I know specifically for music artists. And so both of these are, you know, theater related or theater working related. And of course, there are definitely musicians who work with theater, but for musicians who work in other venues, maybe in nightlife or things like that, they had some micro grants going for the music community. So you can check them out. They are recphilly.com. They also have currently, if you're looking for use, and they just reopened. So they had also been closed as a space during COVID, and they just reopened, I think this week, which may be why Will has been swamped and wasn't able to make it. So the space also just reopened. Yeah, that's a good excuse. Space reopening after COVID is a very good excuse. And so they is, of course, is a membership fee to be there, but another opportunity is that they do have a kind of, I guess, like scholarship for membership opportunity that Urban Outfitters is running with them. So if you are an artist who is, you know, working from your home and it's not suitable to kind of like, you know, you're working with a lot of people, so you don't necessarily have quiet space when you're trying to work on your art, or quiet space to do administrative work, and you're looking for some sort of like co-working space or something that is open right now and has reopened and taken all the safety protocols and things, but don't have the money for the membership, you can apply for one of these free memberships to Rec Philly through their the program that they've collaborated with Urban Outfitters on. That's another thing. I think there are so many needs of artists right now, whether it be space, whether it be equipment to be able to do virtual shows, just so many things to support individual artists as a part of the greater ecosystem. And that is Rec Philly. And so I also wrote down a couple other opportunities that I have seen. So I'm also on the steering committee of the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia. And this morning, as of 10 a.m., we opened our third round of micro grants. So the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia, we started in August of 2020, and essentially an organization to support Black theater artists in the city of Philadelphia. And the micro grants that we have are $200. The application is very, very simple. The eligibility is basically as simple as, are you Black and are you a theater artist in Philly? That's pretty much it. There is a narrative question there, so for us to get, you know, a better understanding of you as an artist and what you do, but the money by no means has to be used for artistry. Again, it can be used for whatever that is needed for your livelihood. So as another opportunity, Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia micro grants, which we just launched our third phase this morning. So that is exciting. I also, while this isn't a direct money opportunity, I know Chris was saying that they have a program that supports with taxes. So I think for many artists, the tax situation is already precarious because you've like gigged at a bunch of different places, and so you've got all these receipts and all of these things. So that like pro bono work for artist taxes is awesome. My husband is also a tax accountant. He's a senior accountant at the Mann Music Center, and he is doing some taxes for artists seminars coming up. So he has 2 more of those left. So on February 18th, he's doing one with the Leeway Foundation, which I'll also mention, if you are a Leeway grantee, if you've gotten money from them before, they also have an emergency relief program. And so if you have ever been a Leeway grantee, you are eligible to apply for their emergency relief, which is another stream of income that, again, does not have to go to artistic projects. If it is for groceries, if it is for your light bill, that is perfectly acceptable. So there's one on February 18th, a Taxes for Artists seminar with the Leeway Foundation, and then a repeat on March 15th, with Culture Works. For those who don't know Culture Works, that's another kind of space for creatives in co-working space that is available. Let's see, I'm getting some more recommendations of money for artists, and please send them send them in the chat, put them in the chat on Facebook, put them in the chat in the group. Again, I'm down one panelist, so I've got some time to fill. Happy to share any other resources you have for finances for artists. So I see this one is a 10K grants for small businesses owned by people of color from Comcast that someone sent me in the Zoom chat. So I think, let's see, Asaki, who is lurking in the back helping with production, we'll put them into the Facebook chat as well. Other resources that I have seen. Have either of you seen any other opportunities for artists? Well, or even for small business? That's another thing that I want to say that I've learned from my husband as a tax preparer is that you're an artist. You also have capabilities to be a small business for things that you might see as opportunities for small businesses. Absolutely keep that in mind. Because small business opportunities can be eligible to you as an artist who is your business is contracting to different places. So don't forget that either. Look at small business relief opportunities and see if you can be eligible for those as well.
Yeah, freelancers are small businesses. And
yes.
Like, I can't say that enough times. I don't know how many times I've said it on my broadcasts, but any artists watching this, no matter what the size of the job that you do, if you're a freelancer and you collect 1099s, you're a small business as far as all of these resources are concerned. Some of them have a barrier of entry as far as time in business. That Comcast one that I sent you, they want you to have been in business for 4 years, so you'll have to have filed your Schedule C for the last 4 years. But if you file a Schedule C on your taxes, and if you don't know what a Schedule C is, because you have your taxes done by a preparer all the time, just look at the copy that they gave you and see if anything says Schedule C on it. If it does, you're a small business. You're a sole proprietor. If you have time, I'd love to talk a little bit about PPP, EIDL, and SVOG, the three federal programs.
Yes, please.
All right, so let's get into it. These are huge, helpful programs for all the artists, sole proprietors out there. The federal government, if you file a Schedule C at all, definitely considers you a small business. And they have 3 programs with the second round of the Economic Disaster Recovery Plan that apply to you. If you're an artist who is in theater arts, which all of us are, and most of the folks that are watching, I assume, are as well, there's a program, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, also known as the SOS, the Save Our Stages program, also known just as SVOG or SVO. They haven't settled on a way of talking about this yet, but the reason they haven't settled on it is because it's being administrated by the SBA, and if you applied for PPP in round 1, the SBA takes their sweet ass time to make decisions. So they haven't even released the information on how to apply for the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant program. The problem with that is you cannot apply for the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant program and the Paycheck Protection program at the same time. You can't even send in your application. So if you do what I did, I sent in an application to my bank. They were about to send it off to the SBA. I contacted them as soon as I found out you're not allowed to even send in your application for your PPP loan. And I said, hey, did you send that to the SBA yet? And I said, okay, you didn't send it? All right, hold off on that because I need to find out what the SVOG is going to do. The PPP round 2 isn't going to run out of money anytime soon, so applications aren't going to be closed probably for 6-7 months. So you can hold off on applying for the PPP. The PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, is a program that's out there that was created in the spring. It provides up to 8 weeks of your average gross income as a business. So you take all your 1099s, you add them all up, you divided that by 52, multiply that by 8, that'll give you what your PPP loan should qualify for. If you haven't applied for round 1, you can still apply for round 1 of the PPP. And then there is a round 2 that is applications are available for now to apply. Yeah.
James, just to add to something what you're talking about, and I actually dealt with SBA myself. One of the things I deal with, I actually, and I don't know if any of the viewers have done this, or you may want to consider this as well, created my own LLC many years ago for that purpose of the 1099s. And what I was able to do was get a small business loan through SBA at such a small interest rate, and I don't have to start. I got it last July. I don't have to start paying it back until next July, and it's for 30 years. So
right. So that's the EIDL. Right. The EIDL.
Gotcha.
And we'll get to that in a second. So both the PPP is technically a loan at first. So is the EIDL. The EIDL is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. Both of these programs were created to try and cover some of the period when you were shut down, when you weren't doing any work. Like, I look at my financials for the last year, and I literally have a 3-month period where I earned nothing, a full quarter where I earned $0. And so, you know, these programs were created specifically for that, specifically to make up for the fact that, you know, by law and by good conscience, we weren't supposed to be, you know, working. So, the PPP, you apply for it. They ask you, it's a real simple form. They ask you what your gross income was and what your cost of goods sold was. For those that, again, don't do their own taxes, don't like tax law, don't understand all these terms, COGS, or cost of goods sold, is basically the cost of anything that you bought to make into a deliverable to another person. So let's say you're a painter. If you bought commercial paint to paint a canvas to deliver to a customer, the cost of that paint is COGS. The reason why they, and this is complicated, but the reason why they're discounting COGS from your gross is because they assume you're not working, so you don't have any cost of goods sold for the period that they're trying to cover. So anyway, so you take your gross minus your COGS, figure out what 8 weeks of that is, and then they send you a letter and say, okay, well, you're approved for this amount. The PPP, you have to apply for through a bank. And everyone recommends you deal with a bank that you've dealt with for the last, 3 to 5 years. I will tell you that since we're in Philadelphia, we're pretty lucky. We have a small local bank that was founded by one of the guys that partnered up to found Commerce Bank. And that bank is called Republic Bank. Republic Bank is a very small bank. It's got like 16 branches right now, I think. And they're accepting new customers just for the PPP application. And they're dealing with small customers in the same order as they're dealing with big customers. Some of the bigger banks, Chase, TD, all the bigger banks that a lot of people have accounts with, they chose to service the bigger customers first because they can choose however to fill out these forms and file these loans. So I would say if you're in the Philadelphia area, talk to a Republic Bank representative. Go to their website. They have the application right on their website. Apply for your PPP. And the great thing about the PPP is, as a sole proprietor, you're almost guaranteed to receive that forgiveness on that loan. What does forgiveness mean? It means you don't have to pay it back. Great. So the PPP, since it's supposed to be filling in for your payroll, a sole proprietor's payroll is everything that they earn. So when you get your PPP, especially if it's coming from a bank that you've never worked with before, have them put it in a special account for you. Write yourself checks out of that account every week. You have up to 26 weeks to spend the money from the PPP. You could spend it in as little as 8 weeks. You can spend it all at once if you want, but write a check to yourself as a payroll check, and that's a forgivable expense. You're covering 8 weeks of money that you should have earned. And so then you apply for forgiveness, and then the SBA looks at documents you send them. The documents you send them, the documents I sent were super simple. I sent them the monthly statements of the bank account that I had created for the PPP loan. It's just that simple. Like, you know, if you just do a little bit of paperwork and a little bit of pre-planning, these things are relatively easy to access. There's a little learning curve, but
It'd be a
don't
little
be scared
daunting.
of it.
It could be a little daunting at first, but don't be afraid.
Right. Yeah.
Don't
For
be
any of
afraid.
these things, it's because this is not usually our world.
Right.
Like, it's not usually what we are getting into. So, but I do want people to there are so many resources out there, and so to not be afraid to, at the very least, look at the eligibility requirements, especially now that we just reminded you that you are a small business. Look at those eligibility requirements, and if there is like reporting that you don't have for last year, like work on getting that together so that you don't miss these opportunities in the future. And then definitely just check them all. Check all of the things that you see come across, because there are many opportunities out there. And even we know that we've like asked, like, why aren't, like, if you're a theater artist in Philadelphia who's lost money due to COVID, why haven't you applied? And it's like, many people, they don't think they're eligible, or they just like it seemed too daunting, or they started and they didn't finish.
What's the worst that can happen? They say no. So
exactly.
Actually, in some cases, what's the worst that can happen? They say yes, and then that's not even that bad, because if they say yes and you figure out you don't need it, you just don't sign the loan papers. Like, apply for it. You have like so many times to opt out, and then even if you get the money transferred to your bank and you go, you know what, I don't really need this, I'm not willing to deal with the headache, pay it back.
Yeah,
it's that simple. Like, just be like, you know what, I got that money, I don't think I'll need it, pay it back.
We found, I think artists are so used to not having that they don't think they are in need enough. Like, I have asked people, I'm like, I don't understand. I see that you are saying that you need money, but then I also see you have not applied for this. I need you to explain. It's like, oh, well, but I'm still making, this $25 a week doing this teaching gig, so I figured I wasn't eligible. Like, do you have what you need? Do you have, at the very least, what you were making before COVID? And the likelihood
yes,
is
that's the point. Do you have what you were making last year?
Exactly. Not if you, just because you can get by on $25 a week does not mean you should get by on $25 a week.
You know what, LaNeshe? I think you really just nailed something on the head, that we as artists are the first ones to put ourselves last when we have to go to ask for something, or, and I think that's just innate of who we are, because we all know, like, creating is not, who makes that type of money. So we're always doing something at cost, at whatever we can scrounge by. But now's not the time to be that person. You stick up for yourself. Totally.
Do not be shy about this stuff. Do not be shy about this stuff. They want the money into the economy. That means they want it in hands of artists, people who spend the money. The reason why, when I talk to council, I talk about economics so much and I talk about business so much, is because we take the money. Like, So one of the proposals to council that we're trying to get them to consider is a tax holiday for any artist who makes under a certain amount. And we haven't figured out the exact number yet. Like, you got to do a lot of math and research to figure out like what, could we afford $100,000 cap on paying business taxes in the city of Philadelphia? Probably, without even blinking, but we might have to revoke like Comcast's tax haven. But, when they give somebody who earns $10,000 a year a tax break, give money back to them, or even give them more money than they earned, that money just instantly leaves that person's hands and starts flying around the economy, and that's what makes them make taxes. So they just get it right back. And I know we've said it like a bajillion times on this year's and last year's broadcast, but when they look at the big numbers, they see that artistic activity creates $300 billion in artistic activity per year, and if they're putting in $3 million in into artistic activity, that generates $300 billion in artistic actual economic taxable activity. They literally get every dollar back the next tax year. So like, there's no point in not spending the money into the arts. Like, you just.
And James, going along with what you're saying, first of all, you are filled with wealth of knowledge. I'm loving listening to you, by the way. But one of the things that they were talking about, even with the bills that our current administration at the White House are trying to do, they're saying if you give the people $1,400 check, that stimulus check will go back into the economy, which will generate more taxes that will come back into the overall wealth of the economy in the general scheme of things. So you're right, get the money, folks, where you can get the money. So I have a question for you guys. James, you might know this if you're dealing with council. Has Philadelphia proper, now we're talking like the SBA is a national issue thing, the PPP, etc. But has Philadelphia, I know that they allowed for, I forget, 15 million, 1.5 million, something that went back into the arts. But is there anything for arts, the creatives, to be able to access through anything through Philadelphia proper, the city itself?
So there's a couple of things, but they're not geared towards artists. So, and that's one point I've been making with council a lot as well. And I think we all need to talk to council about this. I've been told that there is supposed to be something coming out for artists if the federal money gets distributed the way they think it's going to. What annoys me, what irks the crap out of me about that is, as artists, we all, like, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and I can take screenshots and provide receipts of like the arguments that we had online with people who are still trying to work. And we all just as a group, as a part of society, kind of decided, you know what, let's not F with Corona. All right, let's just stay home. Let's shut down. Let's be the first. Let's lead the way. Let's take care of our people. And I haven't seen like groups of theater makers like marching around town demanding we reopen anything. I don't know if you have. So I mean, like,
not so much in terms of wanting. The theaters I know have been trying to get, in terms of equity, trying to get contracts approved, and that's been null and void.
Yeah, but like we're not out there like like saying how this is killing our industry and everything. It is, but what are you gonna do? It's a pandemic. And then you get these gym owners who are opening in defiance of laws. You get restaurateurs who are opening in defiance of laws and regulations, and they get I closed the window by now, but something like $18 million from the city of Philadelphia. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. I mean, that's why we're here. Like the arts and culture sector needs and has always needed more support than it usually gets. And it absolutely has to be an industry that the city looks at when it looks at supporting reopening and supporting the time before reopening and supporting the loss during closure. Like all of that is just, I mean, we know we've been doing this since last year's rally, billions of dollars that our sector brings in, yet we're only getting, what was it, 0.001%. And it's just,
The Serious Traveler is the best story of our salute. So it's good. Yes, it's good, but it's not the best. So I explained to the guy, I tell him nicely and politely. He got worked up. He took it all wrong, and we'll...
This is coming from Jose.
So, but I, like you were saying, like Philadelphia needs to see that our industry is a legitimate, real world industry. We're not, I think there are a lot of people who still think, oh, you do theater, you make costumes.
Yeah, I think bringing up the restaurant industry and other industries is so important. I mean, every year we do Theater Week and we ask audiences, did you go out to eat before or after the show? And like 110% of them say yes. So, the money going into theater is also spread into other places in the economy. And who knows how many people go to restaurants because of theater, or people, pay for parking because of theater. It all goes hand in hand.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be nice for those industries, the parking, the restaurateurs, to acknowledge that, what, we don't have theater, that's why we're not having anything in, and let them do it. It would be nice to get the support from that end, where they're all asking everybody to support them. We need to stay open. How about, giving them back? I'm just going to get off my soapbox about that.
No, that's true. There's an absolute connection that has been proven time and time again about the connection between restaurants and arts and culture. And even, I mean, even if the arts served no one, which we know is not the truth, it employs so many people. And so just as having the people of Philadelphia being a priority in the budget, the arts sector employs people. Whether or not it was giving back as much as we know it's giving back, it employs people. And all of those people are unemployed, underemployed, and need that support.
100%. Can I say one last thing? I actually have to jump off soon because I have a student that asked if they could meet with me. First off, it was Nicole who was on doing the poem beforehand, and Lindo, your energy, you guys, I need to bottle it up. I loved every minute. I wish I was on earlier because now I just want to get to know you all better because I just loved everything about it. I think in terms of what we were talking about taxes earlier, the only advice I will give everybody is to do as much preparation as possible on your end before you start going in. So get those receipts together, separate them out, deciding what's clothing, what's haircuts, people don't realize that certain parts of our industry, we can write things off that other people in the other industries don't and can't, whether it's clothing or haircuts or whatever, because we need it for what we do. But get your stuff prepared, get it organized so that when you go to your preparer, they have it set. Like I said, I'll get that information regarding Vita to LaNeshe, and we could start posting that and all that fun stuff. You guys, James, your information is brilliant too. I loved listening and being part of this. Thank you for inviting me, LaNeshe.
Thank you
so much. This was terrific. Really.
Thank you for coming so much.
Guys. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Chris, for being here. Thank you, Catherine, for being here. Thank you, James, for stepping in. This has been awesome. I hope everyone can land where the money resides. I guess we'll pass it back over to the host with the most, Lindo.
Yeah, what's yeah, what's good? Yeah, what's good? Yo, I enjoy. Oh, wait, all right, no, I'm not muted. All right, cool. Yo, what's good? Yeah, what's good with popping? What's hit? What it is? What it do? What's up? I enjoy so much of that conversation. I think a lot of times when we talk about art, I think the narrative is that we can't take pride in our art unless we are starving artists. But we see how much of just like art allows everything else to function and prosper, and therefore we need to make sure that we're invested into, just like the restaurants, just like parking and everything else that is getting this funding that we're not getting. And I really appreciate that conversation. That was a big revelation there. And we had in this moment where we're going to have a DJ, correct, James? You about to have a DJ? Yeah. So I'm not sure how this is going to go on popping. Is the DJs just going to be like mixing on the screen for us? But what's popping? I want to know when the party start. We just talked about. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So we getting the information.
Go over to Power Street Theater's Instagram account. And can they hear me if I don't have my camera on? Okay, cool. Yesterday, DJ, he did a half an hour set and it was lit. It was way more lit than I had anticipated. So go there right now. We'll take a break from this here broadcast, pull up Instagram, go to Power Street's Instagram account, groove for an hour, give yourself that 3 p.m. pick me up, and then we'll be back at it at 4.
Word.
Yep.
So we went from where the money resides to now where the party at. So here we are. Head to our Instagram, Power Street Theater, and just jam with us. Rock out, leave some comments, share, and we'll be back at 4 after this DJ break. But make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel because we trying to be official like a ref with a whistle. So we can have like that URL name. We're trying to get that done today. Let's make that happen. I don't know what the numbers are at, but we talked a lot about numbers early, just a few minutes ago. Let's make it happen. What we doing? Make it
happen. Like, subscribe, share. I know that the Instagram party is starting now. They got the good music going on up there. Thank you, Lindo, for being the MC for this morning. You've done a fantastic job. I'm just gonna try and throw more people over to Instagram. I know that the Instagram had a lot of crossover yesterday, and go get your fun on. Now you got go get your money, go get your fun on. It is what it is. Hopefully everybody's enjoying that. And yeah, like, share, and subscribe. I mean, what do all us artists need? We need more people looking out for us, right?
We need more eyes and ears as much as we need money, because tangible results for art comes with people power as much as it comes with financial security. So both of those things are very fundamental to what we're doing here at Power Street Theater. And yeah, we jamming right now,
Yep. All right, Lindo, thanks so much for all your hosting duties today. Really appreciate it. We couldn't have done it without you. You are the shining star of the broadcast this morning.
Well, you're telling a lot of people lies. It was a lot of stars here tonight. I'm just a part of that. I'm just a part of that constellation. It was a lot of stars tonight. But yeah, I don't know what to say. This is us. Peace out, y'all. Peace out. Disappear.
All right, we're gonna go back to the title card. I'm gonna throw up some. Maybe if I can get my screen sharing to work on my phone, I'll throw up the Instagram. But we're gonna cut this broadcast at 3:50, so that we can come back with a fresh part 4 to the broadcast, and everybody can hop on the live on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever they want to. All right. So peace out. Talk to you after the break.
Peace.